to the department and the chairpersons of the board of the Nhbrc and Nhfc and SHRA. Let me take this opportunity to welcome you in this meeting. As I welcoming you, we should indicate that we have met on Wednesday. We have met with the Auditor General, and he has shared his views on your annual reports. And there are a lot of issues that were raised in the previous financial year, which have not been attended to. And would want you, as you're going to give an opportunity, just to share with the committees why those issues it is still difficult for you to address them, so that we can then be able to share ideas together to make sure that we are able to respond as we go into this this year. We are able to address issues that they are being raised by Auditor General. Let me say you're welcome into this meeting, and honorable members too. This is a continuation of the meetings that we started on Wednesday, where we've met with the Auditor General, planning and monitoring and evaluation, and the department. I'll ask honorable members and the invited guests to observe a moment of silence for meditation or prayer. Thank you very much. Selina.
Hi, Chair.
Is the person that's supposed to stand in for Koliswa here now?
He's here already.
Yes, already around.
Okay. Can we then note the apologies?
The only apology that I've got, Chair, is from Minister. Her flight is delaying. Otherwise, she will join the meeting around 10.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Zoleka, do you have any apologies from honorable members?
Chairperson, there are no apologies that were provided to me by Koliswa.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Selina, for opening this system for us to continue with the meeting. Let's allow Mr. Zoleka to take over now.
His name is Zolani, Chair.
Zolani. Oh,
Yes.
I was saying Zoleka. Sorry, Mr. Zolani. You're welcome too. Members, there is the agenda. Can we then get members to move for the adoption of the agenda?
Chair, I struggle to raise my hands when I use this gadget. If permitted, may I stand to move for the adoption of the agenda?
Okay.
Seconded, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you, honorable members. We would now, as I've indicated, each entity has been given 30 minutes to present, but we will then give the chairs. The entities will to give their remarks. Your remarks is not included on the 30%, on the 30 minutes. So you're welcome to do so as tabled in the agenda, which I think is NHBRC, the first entity. NHBRC Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to you, Mayor Rosina Siminya, and honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, senior officials from the Department of Human Settlements, as well as colleagues from other entities.
Chairperson, Chairperson.
It's fine, I'm here. This is me, Nomusa Mufamadi.
No, you're welcome, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks. I thought because others were speaking with their cameras off, so that's how we deal with the presentations. But fine, I'm okay. I will start by introducing our team. Our team is made up of myself, the CEO.
Recording in progress.
The CEO of NHBRC, Mr. Songezo Boy, as well as the acting CFO, Ms. Tamlin Bauer. They are here present, connected, and I will request through you, Chair, to allow them to present at some point. But for now, maybe before I request Mr. Boy to present on behalf of NHBRC, I should indicate that this is the Council's first audited report since we took office in November last year. I must say there is a slight improvement in terms of the previous year's report, though there are still lots of areas that we need to deal with, as you indicated when you opened in the beginning. We have received an unqualified report, but we still have a lot to do in order to work towards a clean audit. We have taken a resolution that come 2023 financial year, we should have a clean audit. All the issues that were raised by the AG have been prioritized, and we're busy attending to them. We have also gone further to establish a clean audit task team that will see to it that we start now and take each day as an audit day, so that we achieve our goal. The Council also achieved 93% of key performance areas. You'll remember that previous year it was 83, so there's a slight improvement there as well. And in working towards establishing an organization that is stabilized, we have finalized the appointment of the CEO. You'll remember previously we would introduce him as acting, but we have since finalized that part. We are currently working on filling the other executive posts. Adverts are out and closing dates are very close so that we can start the process of interviewing and appointing. And I will then request through you, Chairperson, the CEO to present our report, and also just to say at our strategic planning, Council developed 6 priority areas, which will be the main focus of this Council. CEO will touch on those when he presents. And without further ado, through you, Chairperson, I will request Mr. Boy to present our annual report of the national, maybe let me say NHBRC, for 2021-22 financial year. And I think you will then request the CFO to deal with the financial part of the report. Thanks, Chairperson.
CEO.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, Honorable Chair of the Portfolio Committee. Good morning to the honorable members of the committee. I would also want to greet the chairpersons of the other 2 entities, including my chairperson, my fellow CEOs, colleagues from the department, and colleagues from within the entities. Good morning. It is an honor for us to be engaging with the Portfolio Committee to reflect on the annual report of the 2021-22 financial year that was audited by the AG. Chairperson, I don't have the rights to flight the presentation.
I've given you the rights now.
Oh, thank you, Zolan. Chairperson, can I then flight the presentation? Is it visible on your side, Chair? Hello, Chairperson.
Yes, there is the presentation is on the screen.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of what we're going to cover, Chair, on this presentation, it is a summary of the annual report. The full report was submitted to the Portfolio Committee. What we will touch on this morning, Chair, we will just look at the highlights of the year in question, look at our performance over a 5-year period, and briefly touch on the outcome, which is the audit outcome, look at our key performance indicators, which talks to the audited performance information for the 2021-22 financial year, look at what the council chairperson has indicated, which is the area that focuses on the priority areas of this council. And then lastly, the acting CFO will then take the members through the annual financial statements of the NHBRC. In terms of the overview, honorable members and chair of the year in question, the NHBRC, we continued to look at how the cost containment measures as issued by National Treasury are implemented by the entity. Those were continued to be applied in the year in question. And then when one looks at how our procurement spend was allocated in terms of our approved budget, we allocated about 75% of our procurement spend to BEE-owned companies, which was an actual performance that is higher than what was approved. We had anticipated that we would target at least 61% of our BEE of our procurement spend on BEE companies. And then in as far as the issue of payments of suppliers, as legislated, all service providers need to be paid within 30 days. On average, as the NHBRC, we managed to pay suppliers with, on average, 21 days. In terms of the audit outcome, we received an unqualified audit outcome from the AG. and we achieved 93% of our key performance target as contained in the annual performance plan that was approved for the year in question. Now, the performance that we are reporting for 21-22 is higher than what we had seen in the prior year, which was 83% when we closed off the 2020-21 financial year. I think of importance, Chairperson of the committee and honorable members, is that in the year in question, we launched an online registration and renewal pilot project. Now, this changes how we are interacting with our stakeholders, be it our home builders and homeowners. Now we are looking at having interactions on an online platform where home builders and homeowners will be able to interact with the NHBRC on an online platform. I think previously what we saw was that for any South African to engage with the NHBRC, they would need to physically walk into an NHBRC office across the country. Now, what we've then done, we've then looked at how we can then simplify the ease of doing business with the NHBRC through the introduction of the online project. Now, with this project, the registration of builders as well as renewals, those have been finalized. Those are currently online. There are other modules, honorable members, that are currently being deployed. We are partnering with SETA in assisting us to deploy this project. So we are looking at finalizing this in the current financial year. I think as we will be engaging with the portfolio committee on a continuous basis, we will be able to provide a progress report in terms of how far we've progressed with the implementation of this online pilot project. Now, in terms of the 5-year performance of the entity, what we have prepared for the committee is just a reflection of how the entity has performed over a 5-year period, starting from year 2017-18, where we came from a low base, where we reported 64% of the targets that we had achieved in that year. And then we have been on an upward trajectory in terms of our performance up to what we have reported in the 21-22 financial year, which is the 93%. Honorable Chair and honorable members, these are numbers were audited. So these are the audited outcomes that the entity has been able to achieve in as far as our KPIs over this over a 5-year period. Now, in terms of the audit outcome now for the year in question, we did receive an unqualified audit opinion. There were some findings that the AG had raised on the finances. There was a material issue that we had to engage with the AG around one of the technical provisions of the warranty fund, where there was an issue around the interpretation around the policy that the NHBRC had adopted, which resulted in us delaying finalization of the audit. But subsequent to the engagements that we had with the AG, we were able to find each other and get to a point where that issue was resolved. However, because it was a material conversation or a material issue that we had with the AG, it was then reflected on our audit report as a material issue that related to our financial statements. Now, in looking at how then we look at improving going forward, we've done an assessment by looking at the audit report in terms of what the areas that the AG had focused on and reported on in terms of some of the issues that they would want the entity to improve on. We've then reflected on the audit report, Chairperson, and then developed an audit improvement plan with a view of then addressing all of those issues, so that then, as the Chairperson of the NHBRC indicated, the target for the year that we are on is to achieve a clean audit when we close off the 22-23 financial year. Now, that audit improvement plan will be submitted when we submit our quarterly report to the department. An area that we had quite a challenge on, Chair and members, is the second item, which speaks to the performance information, where we got a qualified outcome. And specifically because some of the key performance indicators that we have on the annual performance plan were not clearly outlined in terms of what each of those targets was and what each of those targets sought to achieve. So the issue around the TIDs, we had to then relook at. So the AG raised an issue around the reliability of the information that we are using. So we then had to then reflect on that, Chair, as we had started with the process of working on preparing the annual report or the annual performance plan rather for the 2022-24 financial year. So these issues have been prioritized, and we've looked at them, and we've looked at how we can improve. I would want to give the portfolio committee members comfort that it is an area that has been prioritized by the Nhbrc, and it is an area that is currently being addressed. I think when honorable members do engage at some point with our audit improvement plan, they will then see what the entity has been able to do to address these issues. I think of importance, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, is to mention that on that audit improvement plan, there are timelines there as well, in terms of by when all of these issues that were raised by the AG should be resolved by the entity. Now, moving into the audited performance information for the year in question, we still had the 3 programs that we operated on, Honorable Chair, honorable members, which was program 1, which is internally focusing, which then looks at governance issues, finance-related issues, and SM-related issues. Now, within program 1, we had 9 KPIs in that program, and we achieved 8 of those. Now, program 2 and program 3, those are the 2 key programs for the Nhbrc, as they are focusing on the actual mandate of what the entity was established to perform, which is program 2, which is regulation, and program 3, which is the protection. Now, on program 2, we met all of our KPIs on the program, and then on program 3, there was 1 KPI that we did not meet. Now, the overall performance for the entity for the year 2021-22 was 93%. Now, moving on into the actual detail, now, Chairperson and members, I think what we've done on the next few slides, the KPIs of the 27 KPIs that I have indicated, we met 25 of those. Now, in the next few slides, now we are then providing the detail in terms of what each KPI was all about, and the ones where the Nhbrc has met, those are reflected with a color green, and the ones that we did not meet, those are then reflected with a color red. So I'll just focus on the ones that we did not meet. So on program 1, there was 1 KPI that we did not meet that related to the submission of statutory reports to the department in the first quarter. There was an internal challenge that we had in the first quarter, but subsequent to that, we then addressed that challenge. But because that KPI was not met in the quarter itself, which was the first quarter, we then had to carry it out for the rest of the financial year. But I can then indicate that it was only in the first quarter that we had this challenge, but subsequent to that, that issue was then addressed. Then the other KPIs that related to program 1 that speaks to the implementation of the internal audit plan, which looks at how we improve our governance and audit related issues around internal controls and so forth. The targets relating to that, those were met, Chairperson. And also around the issue of the implementation of our anti-fraud and corruption. That is an area that is taken quite importantly by Council. The targets that speaks to that, that target was then met. And then moving on to program 2. Program 2, now it speaks to one of the key mandates of the Nhbrc. This one speaks to issues around how we regulate the home building industry. Now, within this program, Honorable Chair, honorable members, we are focusing on the registration of home builders, as well as the renewals of the registrations. The targets that relate to that, as indicated on the slide, have been highlighted in green, which then indicates that, Honorable Chair and honorable members, these were then met. I will not then spend time because these are contained in the annual report that was submitted. I think what I would want to move on to, Chair, with your permission, is the area slide that speaks to the focus areas for the current council. We had a strategy session with council in August, and we had a privilege of being joined by the minister in that strategy session. Now, in that session, when we then engaged with our council, we, at the end of the 2-day program that we had, we came out with 6 priorities that are going to be the focus area for the council during their term of office. The first one, it looks at the NHBRC achieving a clean audit outcome. This is quite an important area, Chair, in the sense that we can work at achieving all our KPIs, but however, if the assessment that is done by the AG is a qualified outcome, then it's a bad reflection on us as an entity. So the council has then directed management that even though we've achieved an unqualified audit outcome with findings, now the next target that we need to achieve now is to achieve a clean audit outcome. So there are activities that have been set already in motion to work towards achieving that goal. The second one, the chairperson of the NHBRC did indicate when she did the introduction around the issue of capacity within the entity. The council has prioritized the issue of filling of all vacancies, starting with the vacancies at executive management level. So that process is currently ongoing, and the target that was given by the minister to the council, honorable chair and members, was that by the end of December, all the executive management positions in the entity should be filled. The third priority for this council is issues around visibility and accessibility of the products and services of the NHBRC. Throughout the engagements that we've been having with stakeholders nationally, Chair, it became apparent to us that the NHBRC is not known by South Africans in as far as what the services the NHBRC provides and what are the rights that then South Africans can then enjoy through the NHBRC. So there is a drive that we've started on now with our marketing and comms team to look at how we then make the NHBRC visible in the market, and also engage with all stakeholders in terms of what are their rights and obligations and as far as the mandate of the NHBRC is concerned. The fourth one, it speaks to issues around financial sustainability. I would want to indicate, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, that this is an area that Council is taking quite seriously, in the sense that NHBRC needs to fund its operations from the revenues that it generates. So we need to be mindful in terms of the costs that we commit to that revenue base. So it is an area that is continually being looked at, because we need to be, at any given point in time, we need to be able to report an operating profit wherein we are able to then run all our operations from the revenues that we generate, and also be in a good position then to set aside some funds that will then help to grow the NHBRC's warranty fund. And we're also looking at making the NHBRC a center of excellence within the built environment. So we do have a research and testing center in Soshanguve, the Eric Molobi testing center in Soshanguve. We are looking at how we can, what opportunities are there within the built environment that we can tap into as we are working on creating capacity, be it as professionalizing the building inspectors throughout the sector. So we are engaging with various stakeholders, including universities as well, in terms of how we can then turn this NHBRC into a center of excellence within the built environment. I think quite key as well on the last one is issues around transformation. Now, with this of transformation, now we are looking at what can we do. We do understand that there are set-asides that have been already agreed on in terms of the 40% for women-owned companies, 20% for youth. So it is an initiative that the NHBRC is looking at in terms of then identifying what we set aside on our budget to enable us to drive issues of transformation, and also look at the training that we offer as the NHBRC to the targeted groups, how we offer that training, and how then do we then create exit opportunities for the learners who would have then undergone the training that the NHBRC provides. So Chair, in summary, these are the focus areas that the council has then identified for its term of office. I think as we will then be engaging on a continuous basis going forward, we will then be able then to say, in each of these areas, how are we performing, ensuring that all of these are then achieved during this financial year and beyond. Now moving on to the audited annual financial statements, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, I will then ask our acting CFO, Ms. Bauer, to take the committee through our finances. Thank you, Chair.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable members of the committee, our entity chairpersons of our sister entities, officials of the Department of Human Settlements, and my colleagues from other entities. Good morning, and thank you very much for the opportunity to present our annual audited annual financial statements. I would just like to begin by highlighting a few key features for the financial year ended March 2022. As an entity, we did manage to achieve a net profit of 1.3 billion. This is the result of our operations as well as the performance of our warranty fund. However, I would like to note for the portfolio committee to note that, as our CEO mentioned, we did have an issue with the Auditor General around our technical provisions as a result of our actuarial valuation of the warranty fund, which resulted in the reversal of one of our provisions, which had a material impact. So this then did impact our net profit. So it is somewhat of an anomaly this year, and that it is much larger than if we look in prior financial years. I will touch on the effects of this throughout the presentation. We did have a positive growth in our warranty fund for the year of 685 million, a bit lower than in the prior financial year, although the prior financial year performance was quite an exceptional performance if we look at the history of the performance of our investments in the warranty fund. We achieved a net cash generated from our operations of 132 million. Prior year it was only 5 million, and I think this reflects really the effect that COVID had on our organization. Our total income earned for the year was 1.4 billion. Again, this is impacted by the reversal of our technical provisions, which was 571 billion. We managed to achieve an operating profit for the year of 599 million. In terms of our expenses, we had an increase of 8% from our prior year expenses. I would also like to mention that prior year expenses were quite a low base. Because of COVID, we had to cut our expenditure quite drastically. Looking through our performance for the 5 years, I think again, it does highlight the effect of the reversal of that technical provision. It affected our insurance premium revenue line, which is the first line in our revenue section, so which is the 1.3 billion. So if we take out that 571 million adjustment, we would have had insurance premium revenue for the year of 783. I think for us, that is also an improvement looking at our performance over the previous financial years. Again, it was really due to COVID and the backlog that arose from COVID that came through in the current financial year. I think one thing that we were quite pleased in the 2022 financial year was that we managed to achieve an operating profit, whereas in the previous 2 financial years, we were not able to achieve an operating profit as an entity. And as CEO mentioned, one of the key focus areas is financial sustainability of the Nhbrc, and our operating profit is a key indicator of that. We also, as I mentioned, managed to achieve good performance on our investments of 684 million, and then we ended the year with a net surplus of just under 1.3 billion. As the Nhbrc, we do have a strong balance sheet. This is largely, again, a function of our warranty fund, the assets and the related liabilities that are part of our warranty fund. Our assets and equities did grow in the current financial year, and as a result of the reversal of one of our technical provisions, it resulted in a decrease overall of our liabilities. In terms of our cash flows, we were also pleased to have a positive and much improved cash flow situation in this current financial year. Last year, the effects of COVID did hit us quite hard in terms of our cash generated. And I think one of our focus areas through the years has been maintaining a stable cash base. So it's important for us in terms of our sustainability to continue with this practice. Our claims paid for the warranty fund for the financial year was just over 9 million, which is more or less in line with the targets of the previous financial years. Again, I think 2020, 2021 was somewhat lower due to the effects of COVID, where we lost 3 months of the financial year. Thank you very much for your time and attention to the committee. That is the end of the presentation of the financial statements. Thank you.
Thank you, Acting CFO. I think, Chair, in summary, we've presented to the committee and given an overview in terms of how the entity has performed in the 2021-22 financial year. I think what we would want to indicate is that, yes, there are issues that were raised by the Auditor General, and those issues have been prioritized in terms of them being addressed. I think the Council of the Nhbrc will play an oversight in terms of how management then takes those and takes them forward in terms of developing the audit improvement plan and then ensuring that the controls that the AG identified as missing, those are developed and those are implemented to ensure that all the issues are addressed and we are able then to present an improved audit outcome. As I've indicated, Chair, that the target that this council has for the current year that we are on is to receive a clean audit outcome at the end of the year. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. You want to close?
Thanks.
Chair, are you fine? Can we pass to another entity?
Oh, apologies. I was speaking to myself. I was saying they've covered the entire report and we are fine. We'll be ready at the end to respond to questions, if any. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Chair and your team. Can we then invite the Nhfc?
Good morning, Chairperson and honorable members and colleagues. My name is Luthando Vutula.
Chair, you can just open the camera and then you close it so that members can see you. Yeah.
Yes, I was just about to apologize, Chair, because I'm actually traveling and where I am, it's a bit, I'm out of the country. So I don't know if I'm struggling also with the Wi-Fi. But let me see if I can.
Proceed,
oh, okay.
Chair.
All right.
All proceed, right. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So my name is Luthando Vutula. I'm the chairperson of the Nhfc. And with me, Chair, is the acting CEO, Mr. Bruce Gordon. And also I have other colleagues, I think Viwe Kweta, one of the executives, Olalu Pondwana, another executive, who will also be making presentation. Maybe just to say that, Chairperson, you know, as the Nhfc, we are a new board. We are appointed end of March. And so we've tried to hit the ground running. We've had the opportunity, Chair, to review the financials as well as the report itself. There were issues that the board has had to discuss with management that were raised by the Auditor General. I think some of those issues, if I can highlight them, I think issues around procurement, I think those issues were of concern, and as a board, and we've tried to make sure that management deals with those issues. They are a concern, and there are some recruitment that has happened in that space. Also, the audit finding itself was unqualified, but the material issues, 2 issues, I think the acting CEO will speak to the 2 issues that were raised by the Auditor General. The other issues, of course, that were of concern were the recurring issues, and management, Chair, with regards to the audit itself, has put a plan which is, they've named it Towards a Clean Audit, for this current financial year. So we are also looking at improvements, I think, in the audit space. I think, Chair, from a board perspective as well, as a new board, there's a few issues. We've already had our strategy session as well. And some of the issues that we've had to deal with, or rather that we are actually seized with now, one is, I think the honorable members are aware that, NHFC, there was a merger between Nature, Ralph, NHFC, and naturally now we need to progress towards the Human Settlements Development Bank. That's definitely a priority for this for this board. And so that's one of our priority areas, to move to HSDB. And of course, for that to happen, another priority for us is obviously the enabling legislation. So we are working very closely with the department regarding the enabling legislation that will make us the Human Settlements Development Bank. The other issue, of course, Chair, that we are seized with is appointing a permanent CEO. That process has started. Adverts have gone out. We are hoping that before the end of this financial year, as a board, will make recommendations to the minister, so that the minister can consider the names that we would have submitted to have. So that process is currently underway. We do believe that once we've appointed the CEO, then we can proceed with the other appointments. Another issue for us of importance is the finalization of the business case. We are aware that we will be presenting to the committee sometime, I think early next year, in the first quarter of next year, the actual business case of HSDB. So the process of reviewing that is currently underway. As a board, we'll be looking at it at next month's meeting. And of course, we're hoping to engage National Treasury on that. Our view is that we need to be able to deliver HSDB as soon as possible. I'm sure committee members do understand the importance, I think, of having HSDB so that we can be able to really facilitate and ensure that housing or affordable housing delivery happens in the country. So I think, Chair, on that note, I can ask then the acting CEO just to give a report on the past performance and also some of the issues that have been raised by the Auditor General. As I've said, I think as a board, there were these issues around procurement, around recurring issues, and also having reviewed, I think, the plan that management has given to us. So on that note, Chair, I would like to hand over then to I know that, let me also apologize on his behalf. Actually, he's not well. He's in the meeting. Hence, he's asked some of the colleagues to assist him with the presentation. And I think Mr. Kweta is going to start the presentation. And then I think the finances are going to be presented by another colleague as well. But the acting CEO is also in the meeting as well, Chair. Thank you. So maybe, Mr. Kweta, you can proceed with the presentation.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chairperson and honorable members.
Can we see your face and then you'll close it?
Okay.
Okay.
Good morning, Chairperson.
Okay.
May I request my colleague Bruce, if you could share on your side, or may we request just a permission to put up our presentation? Sorry, Chair, about that.
Sorry, Chair, may I request Ms. Sokopo, because now the system has made Ms. Sokopo a host. It has taken over. Ms. Solaka, may you make Bruce Gordon a host, please?
I'm not able to share at the moment.
The system has given over my powers to Ms. Sokopo. She's now the host. May she make you a co-host, please?
Ms. Sokopo. Secretary of the committee, are you able to change the host and give it to the relevant person?
Chair, we are unable. We are trying with Selina about we can't. That's why we're asking Ms. Sokopo to give Bruce hosting rights, please. We are unable. She has taken over.
Ms. Zoleka Sokopo.
Ma'am, I'm not sure why am I the host?
May you just, ma'am, give Mr. Bruce just the hosting right from your side, because now we are the host of the meeting as we speak. We just talk to our technicians just for now. May you just give him the hosting rights?
I see it's changed to Portfolio Committee as host.
Zoleka, are you able to share give it to the acting CEO, Mr. Bruce, hosting rights, because you are now the host? Mr. Zolani Rento.
Zolani is the host again, Chair.
Given him chair now,
Yes, you are given the rights to host.
Good morning once more, Chairperson. I will be doing, as was introduced by our Chairperson, the first part of the presentation. Chair, we presenting highlights here. The structure of the report is fairly short because we assumed that it has been read and the presentation was shared. Next slide, Bruce. We will just be covering an update and overview of highlights. Then my other colleague will be doing the performance report, and then we move on to the audit outcomes and financial performance. Next one, Bruce. Chair. Next slide, Bruce. Chairperson, next one, Bruce. The purpose of the presentation is really to present the annual performance report, the integrated report, and it outlines a number of areas, but just in front of you in the presentation right now is the full complement of the board, as was outlined by the Chairperson, and where you see asterisks. The asterisks are standing for the members responsible for chairing the committees, and we've got a full complement of the board. Next one, Bruce. Chair, we had set ourselves a number of priorities for the year, and these have driven us our focus. The first of all it was the recognition of the COVID pandemic that we were in, and we focused our attention on supporting our clients in the new normal and allowing them to rebuild their businesses. As the chairperson had introduced, we are an organization that's marching towards being a human settlements development bank, and the platform for systems is very key, and we are currently building a strong foundation. We have undertaken enterprise architecture and business processes and mapping of those with the vision of the Human Settlements Development Bank. We're building robust information systems and cyber security strategy, and these two pillars are building on the consolidation that was achieved of the three entities and making sure that we're moving with times in terms of the platform we have. We've fully implemented a POPI. And when it comes to the clients, we have actively supported the clients in terms of implementing the COVID-19 debt relief fund, and that was part of the coping mechanisms for our clients and the support that we prioritize. There's intensive support in leadership training and development that's gearing for the future that is envisaged going forward. And also we've taken strides in intensifying the transformation agenda, and enterprise development has been key in that. In the year under review, we reporting a total of 123 active Black contractors that were trained and that currently benefiting through work packages, and of that 123, 42 of them are women and 15 are youth. And some are achieving, 20 of them by the time of reporting, 20 of them had achieved CIDB upgrades. And we're doing this also in collaboration with Nhbrc and other parties. Just the executive overview and highlights. First of all, the chair has outlined that they have set a path towards the HSDB, and the objective that has been set is clearly sending matching instructions towards the development bank to act as a catalyst to build a thriving ecosystem. And elements of that is to build a capacity to fund and facilitate decent homes, and ensuring that we meet the demand for the gap market. And the target being to make sure that the Human Settlement Development Bank and the whole ecosystem up the numbers of houses that are produced by the economy to 150,000 per annum. That's a goal that clearly is giving a march forward. But in the year under review, we have the following highlights: 1.48 billion in value of loans approved. That is to the various streams that we are financing in the human settlement sector. 950 million in value of disbursements, that is expenditure, that is disbursements on loans that have been secured by developers, microfinance intermediaries, and contractors. We have almost 100% met the target in terms of housing opportunities at 31,600. And in terms of transformation, as outlined, we achieved 129% in expenditure to level 1 to 4 companies, which is an achievement of 367 million of expenditure to that category of BEE companies. And they are broken down to full 100% Black owned, women, youth, and people with disabilities. And in terms of procuring from, again, suppliers, BE suppliers that are sitting level 2, 4, we've achieved 83%, and our target was sitting at 70%. And I've outlined the 123 contractors that we currently have active in a contractor incubator as part of their development. FLISP, we have issued 3,268 subsidies and totaling to a disbursement of 173 million. And it's an area that will continue to be in our priorities and growing in performance. And the slide in front of us covers the trends over 5 years, cumulative trends. And in the current year, we're sitting at fund disbursements of 10.7 billion cumulative, and other variables are funds leveraged from other partners that we partner with in the market. And in the current year, we had a cumulative figure of 28 billion from funds that are leveraged from other partners. And cumulatively, in terms of housing opportunities that we achieved, again, over that 5 years is 775,000 units. And our performance in terms of financial surplus, you can see the effects of COVID in the trends and the cumulative numbers as well. Right on, Bruce. As I talked about leveraging above from other partners, here are the key highlights. Tough Holding Limited, we've had a long relationship and we've got an equity share of 32.6% there, and Tough has grown into a major player, particularly financing in the inner city. And from that catalytic investment, they've over time raised up to 4 billion in leverage funds. We've got housing investment partners who are more on the retail side, issuing mortgage loans. Again, we're showing the leverage they have raised from other partners that joined, and with our investment in equity. And the slide highlights then the rest of other partners where we have equity, and in some we have we're showing nil in terms of leveraging. But this is a model going forward that must be multiplied to mobilize the ecosystem to finance in the ecosystem in the production of various typologies of houses. I will hand over to my colleague Tsholofelo. Thanks a lot, Chair.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair. Good morning to members. My name is Tsholofelo Ramotshewa. I am the Executive Manager in the Lending Division. I'll take you through our performance for the year. Our performance is split into 6 different programs, all of which are aligned with the programs of the National Department. We'll start with Program 1. This slide demonstrates several KPIs under this program. As the Chair had highlighted and as Viwe had highlighted, we'll focus on highlights. And so for this, we'll focus on 1 or 2 key KPIs per slide. In terms of the audit outcome, Chair, our target was an unqualified audit opinion with no material findings. We achieved an unqualified audit opinion with findings. However, the Chair, our ACO will speak to those after I've finished. In terms of compliance and statutory reports, our targets was to achieve 100% compliance, which we've since done so. Next slide. This slide demonstrates that we achieved the rest of Program 1 targets around anti-fraud and corruption reports, risk management reports, as well as credit loss and non-performing loans. Credit loss is a key KPI for a DFI Chair. The target there was about 35%. We achieved about 36%. These KPIs are important, as I mentioned, for DFI, as it generally speaks to how we manage our loan book. Next slide. This slide demonstrates what we call our program 2A performance, which is our strategic partnerships program. Strategic partnerships is where we partner with key delivery stakeholders. It is in this division or in this program that key partnerships are formulated and conceptualized. A number of the targets were unfortunately not met, mostly because we're still doing the spade work in this program, establishing the frameworks and the relevant MOUs. Several of which were signed in the year under review. Unfortunately, these did not translate into investments in the year. That's the challenged performance. However, the spade work has gone in the year under review, and we'll start seeing those investment numbers coming through in this financial year moving forward. Next slide, please. In terms of this slide, this is demonstrating what we call our program 2B. This is our subsidy products approvals as well as disbursements. Our subsidy product is better known as our contractor financing product. We had a challenged year given that a sizable amount of contractors exited the program, citing financial distress post-COVID. This had a huge impact on our disbursement numbers. However, Chair, we are engaging provincial departments because the contractors that we fund in this program are contractors that are appointed by provincial human settlements departments to build BNG units. We are engaging provincial departments in the new year so we can find amicable solutions to the challenges that are faced by contractors. These challenges, of course, affect the provincial departments in terms of their delivery, and it affects our performance, Chair, in terms of the disbursements. So we had a challenged disbursement in this current financial, in this year under review. Next slide, please. This slide demonstrates our program 4, which is our rental products, a combination of our social housing product as well as our private rental product. We're demonstrating here that although we had a challenged year in terms of social housing, our social housing product achieved about 74% in terms of debt disbursements as our performance, and about 71% in terms of our debt approvals for social housing. Performance was challenged as the grant quantum had not been increased in several years, rendering the financial model unviable. And this affected performance in the sector in general. However, Chair, the grant quantum was increased as well as the rental bands as at the 1st of April 2022. And this is going to contribute positively to performance in this new financial year. However, it did affect performance in the previous financial year, or rather the year under review. Next slide, please. This slide demonstrates our program 5, which is what we call our affordable housing program. It encompasses several of our products. This includes our bridging affordable product, our incremental product, as well as our strategic investment product. Our bridging affordable product, we're demonstrating here that we managed to overachieve in terms of our approvals, achieving 134%. And this is because when we noted the challenges that we would be experiencing in social housing, as well as in our contractor financing product, we then shifted resources and efforts to our bridging affordable product, which saw a lot of demand in the past 18 months due to low interest rates, which assisted in improving affordability of end users that are seeking bonds. This product is our sales product, so we fund developers that are building specifically to sell to the end users. We're also demonstrating the Chair that in terms of our strategic investment product, we overachieved, achieving about 128% in terms of our approvals. This is the product where we utilize different equity instruments to invest in housing deals. Next slide, please. This slide is a continuation of program 5. This demonstrates our disbursements. We're demonstrating again in this slide that we overachieved with bridging affordable disbursements, achieving 250% and 122% in disbursements on our incremental product. Unfortunately, we only achieved about 11% on our strategic investment product due to a low deal pipeline. This is a newly established division, which is going to be very instrumental, Chair, as we move forward in future transactions, because it addresses the key equity challenge in the sector. So it had a bit of a slow start in this the year under review. However, demonstrating through the approvals performance, this performance is going to turn around in the new year as we move forward. Next slide, please. This slide demonstrates, it's a continuation of Program 5, demonstrates our performance in terms of FLISP. Unfortunately, all the key FLISP KPIs were not met. The largest contributor to this performance was that FLISP policy was not approved as it was planned, therefore hindering some of the performance. However, those policy approvals have kicked in, and that will see changes in our performance in the current financial year. In fact, we're already seeing those changes in the first quarter and second quarter of this financial year, seeing the turnaround informed by that FLISP policy, as well as our strategy to increase our performance in that particular program. Next slide, please. This slide, as a highlight, Chair, just key highlights, demonstrates our sector transformation KPIs. We have several KPIs which ensure that we contribute positively towards transformation of the sector. Some of those key KPIs include disbursements towards BEE compliant companies, that's companies that are levels 1 to 4 BEE contributors. We're demonstrating that we overachieved in this KPI, achieving 129%. We're also demonstrating, just at a high level, our value of disbursements to designated groups. Unfortunately, we did not meet this target. We achieved 51%. This is mostly because the designated group disbursement pipeline tends to be a small pipeline of the already approved projects that are in the sector. However, in the year under review, we have taken steps to try and improve this performance. And this was done, Chair, by drafting and approving BEE lending and investment guidelines, which include concessionary pricing specifically targeted towards designated groups, as well as access to equity financing. Therefore, if any we get applications from any of the designated groups, we're able to give them concessionary pricing, so less pricing. This is really the point being to stimulate participation of designated groups in the sector. This slide, Chair, demonstrates that in terms of further transformation KPIs, we're demonstrating our KPI around facilitation of entrepreneur incubator programs. We had a target of completing 2 programs. We managed to do 1 program, 1 incubator program, which has done quite well in partnership with the City of Cape Town, a rental stock program. Chair, we managed to achieve 1 of those programs. However, we had targeted 2. We have achieved 1 thus far, Chair, with the second one undergoing, still being prepared and will come through in the new financial year. Chair, that in a nutshell rounds up our performance. I will hand over to my colleague to speak to our audit outcomes. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. Bruce Gordon here. I'll talk to the audit outcomes. I hope I'm audible. I do have a bit of a laryngitis. Yeah, as can be seen here, we have consistently achieved a unqualified audit with findings. It's really not acceptable that we keep doing this. Our view is that a clean audit is a basic requirement. It's like building a house with a roof on. We just have to have clean audits, and our goal is that 2023 we will have a clean audit, and we will make sure that a lot of the items that are in red here or in yellow will be improved to green by the end of this financial year. Key findings: we submitted a detailed audit action plan last month, and this is monitored on an ongoing basis by our compliance section. On a Friday, they update all the deadlines, make sure that they're being met, and that is then reviewed by the ExCom, and the board have access to the live document. So anytime a board member wants to look at that document, they're able to do so. I think the biggest issue we've had is our SCM, as was reported earlier in the towards the end of the financial year under review. Our SCM manager was dismissed. We've appointed a new SCM manager who working on cleaning up a lot of the problems. There are obviously some lag in that, so we will have a few issues with SCM this year, but I don't believe they'll be sufficient to be for the AG to consider them to be material. In terms of the risks that we're facing, our mandate is always a difficult one. We need to ensure that we're sustainable because we're a financial institution, but we've also got to make sure that we are providing affordable housing. So it does sometimes give us issues, but we are making sure that we are achieving those. Our financial sustainability, we're working on that. We're trying to increase our revenue to make sure that we achieve the ratios that we need to ensure that the organization is sustainable, particularly as it goes into the Human Settlements Development Bank. And we're updating a lot of our policies towards the HSDB to ensure that we have much better policies. What I would like to call it is we're aiming for best of breed rather than best practice, because best practice is copying the market and we're addressing market failure. In terms of our governance, obviously it's the audit opinion is our biggest challenge there, and also we need to improve our BBBE standard. It's not acceptable that as a government entity we have such a low BBBE score. Our IT risk, we've really been working flat out at getting our IT sorted out. Our controls, our ability to work remotely have all been done very well. We're now busy finalizing a tender to install new IT systems to make sure that we are really capable of saying we are the Human Settlements Development Bank once Parliament approves that. Our HR risk, we are making sure we get the right people on board. We're currently recruiting for a CEO at the executive level, and we have a lot of new executives in the organization, which has helped us. I think at the time of merger, our executive was 2 out of 11 executives are women. Currently, we're sitting at 7 of the executives out of 11. So we are changing a lot in the organization. Sorry, that seems to be stuck here. Okay, in terms of the financial results, you'll see we have been making profits. Unfortunately, these profits are not adequate for a financial institution. We should be achieving a return on equity that exceeds the inflation rate. Currently, we're sitting around about between 1% and 3% each year, so well below where we need to be. Now, we need to increase our revenue to do that, which means increasing the size of our loan book. As you'll see here, there was a very small increase in our loan book. And that was, as Tulafela pointed out, we managed to do a lot of bridging loans rather than our long-term rentals. So a lot of the loans we issued during the previous financial year were paid off by the time we started the new year because they were bridging loans. So as people sold the houses, they repaid us. So we didn't build up our book, which is why we have a low revenue. And you'll see we have a large cash balance on our balance sheet. A lot of that is committed. We're waiting for clients to draw that money down as they build their houses, as they do what is necessary. Yeah. Sorry, this shows our return on equity and where we're at. As I said, we need to be above the inflation rate. We're well below that, and we're working hard at ensuring that that improves, as with our return on assets. And cost to income, you'll see, is growing, and that's as a consequence of our revenue growing quickly. So we are looking at increasing our revenue. Credit loss, again, is something that we've got to keep under great control to ensure we achieve those returns on equity.
Chairperson. Chair.
Yes, Honorable Skoy.
I'm strained by the strain that I get from the presenter. Isn't there a way that somebody else can present? I'm worried about what I hear that could perhaps have a problem after the presentation. To the presenter seems to be not okay. We were told that she's not well. He's under a huge strain. I may be wrong in terms of how he feels, but I'm feeling a pain from him. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Can we allow him to finalize because already he's about to finish?
Yeah, let me finish it. It's just my voice that's a problem. Otherwise, I'm fine. Thank you. As you'll see, our growth in advances is not adequate. we need to probably grow by 10-15% per annum. And we are, with the new strategy, we are looking at ensuring that we reach those sorts of levels. The future, we've said we've got to increase, as was spoken about earlier, we need to get the housing delivery from the current about 20,000 affordable units here up to about 150,000, which is a massive change. And we believe that by doing this, we will enable transformation of the industry and eliminate the housing backlog for affordable housing by 2032. The biggest challenges we have are these 6, which is what we're addressing. Our biggest issue that we found internally is that we take too long to approve things. So we're looking at improving that. And then obviously our impact, we need to make sure that we don't only look at the ownership of our clients, but we need to make sure our clients are using Black-owned professionals, builders. You know, if it's no point appointing a Black developer if they're then going to hire white architects, white builders, buy from white building material companies. So we're saying, how do we make sure that that all changes, and we're working flat out to do that. Thank you. I'd like to recommend this report to the committee. Thank you.
Chair, maybe just to say that from my side again as Lutando, as the chair, that is the report for NHFC, and we happy to take any questions later on, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nolitando and your team. Can we then invite SHRA, the chair, and his team?
It's just Lutando's chair. Otherwise, if it's not Lutando, then it's a female.
What?
No, I was just saying, Chair, it's Lutando, no Lutando is yes.
Lutando.
No Lutando is
okay.
a female. Yes, thanks, Chair.
All right, okay. Thank you very much for correcting.
Thanks, Chair.
SHRA and the chair of SHRA and his team.
Good morning, Chair. I hope you can see my face on the screen.
Yes, proceed. You can see.
Chairperson, or honorable members of the committee, chairs of entities, CEOs, acting DG, DDGs, colleagues, I greet you all this morning. Chair, to introduce myself, my name is Busisi Wenzo. I am the chairperson of Social Housing Regulatory Authority, otherwise known as SHRA. I am here today with my acting CEO, Mr. Nhbrc, and Mr. Busi Fakutse as the acting corporate services manager, which within our act takes care of the finances of the entity, otherwise taking care of the duties of the CFO. Chair, this is our first this current council's audited report since the current council took over office, and of which this covers a quarter of the period that this current council has been on board. Chair, I am almost at pains to say that if we look at the performance of the entity, especially in the previous 5 financial years, there has been some regress in the performance compared to prior years, with the immediate one being a regress of about 10% in our performance. And Chair, without sounding like making excuses, but this is highly due to the instability that we have had within the entity. The entity has been without a CEO for the better part of the period under review. And Chair, with one of the duties that when Minister appointed us on board, she emphasized how we needed to, as this current council, to bring the stability on board. but we had some issues that were beyond our control. First of all, that even though the CEO was no longer there, there was a legal matter between council and the previous CEO. And as such, we could not proceed with the appointment without resolving those issues. But safe to say, Chair, that up to now, or at least at this point in time, we have gone through the process of interviews, and the current council has in fact given our report on the finalization of the process to the department, which the department, I believe, is currently processing at the moment. And to also emphasize on the part of bringing stability to the entity, we have been in constant conversation with the department and engagement on the organizational design of the entity to make sure that we fill in critical positions, as well as agreeing on the organizational design that is going to work for the entity. Chair, there are already measures in place that support and increase performance of the entity. To name a few is the inclusion of our projects in the infrastructure fund, of which some of those are already at an advanced stage in terms of implementation. And also, we believe that the increase in the quantum is going to actually turn around the situation, because we have found that some of our SHIs and ODAs that we operate with have held back on some of the work that they could do because they were still on the previous quantum. Chair, without actually going into the detail of the actual report, and before I give over to the acting CEO and CSM to take us through the presentation, I do want to say that it is this council's absolute goal to achieve a clean audit, or at least an audit with no findings. And in that light, Chair, we're making certain to learn from previous findings, and we're also tightening on internal controls and really zooming in on the risk areas. At our strategic session that we had about a month or 2 months ago, Chair, as the current council, we zoomed in on each of our programs to identify areas and that need to be reviewed to enhance better performance. And that exercise is currently on the radar of council at the moment to effect those changes with internal processes to promote a user or stakeholder friendly approach. So, Chair, without actually wasting more time, I would like to, at this point, hand over to our acting CEO to take us through the performance of the entity, followed then by the acting CSM, who will then take us through the finances of the entity. Thank you, Chair. Chairman.
Thank you. Honorable Chairperson and honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, I just need sharing rights if the administration can assist with that. Thank you. Honorable Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee, chairs of entities, fellow CEOs and CFOs, senior officials from the department. I'm Dewald Koekemoer, the acting CEO of the SHRA. And I'm also joined by Mr. Vusi Fakutse, who is the Acting Corporate Services Manager, as the Chairperson said, responsible for financial management in the SHRA in terms of the Social Housing Act. I will take the presentation up to the point where we talk about the audit outcome. And therefore, I will deal with an overview and some highlights, as well as the performance, whereafter my colleague, Mr. Fakutse, will talk to the audit outcome and the financial overview. In terms of the overview, the performance achievement, as quite rightly put forward by the Chairperson, was at 61%, where we achieved 19 out of 31 targets, which is a reduction from the previous year. We were standing on 72% in the previous financial year. What is important in this context is remedial action to see exactly how we improve our levels of performance. We have started with that in the current financial year, and we hope to make the difference to ensure that our performance on our targets improve in the current financial year. In terms of the expenditure on the consolidated capital grant, that's the part of the project development and funding program. That increased from the previous financial year to this financial year. We did spend more than the allocation that we received, but we were able to cover that in terms of the retention of cash surplus approved by National Treasury in the financial year. In terms of units completed, we had 2,771 units completed, which brings us to a total of 7,637 units completed in terms of the MTSF target against the 18,000, which is 42%, which is not enough. I'll get to that on the next slide. In terms of the delivery agents, we had 90 accredited institutions on our register. 8 of those were fully accredited, with 82 conditionally accredited. Of those, we have the 8 fully accredited ones, as well as 28 conditionally accredited ones with stock under management or with approved projects, while there's 17 that have projects in the pipeline. The Chairperson referred to the indexation of the quantum and the income bands that was approved quite early on in the new financial year, which we hope will assist us in terms of delivery. We also had the projects included in the infrastructure fund, as was referenced by the Chairperson. We started with implementation of the COVID-19 relief fund, but we did not spend the budget in terms of that because of policy requirements, which we now have addressed, but we are waiting for the retention of surplus from National Treasury for us to implement that program further. In terms of findings, my colleague will deal with those in more detail, but we had 2 in the financial year, and those related to minutes of bid specification meetings and to terms of reference. We've already resolved on those, and then there were 5 in the previous financial year prior to the one under review, which 3 were fully addressed and 2 partially. But the most important one, the fact that we had the appointment of the council on the 26th of November 2021. We had 8 of our indicators that we achieved that relate to transformation of the 31. And in terms of the designated groups, we do have specific programs currently underway to ensure that we support those transformed entities in the current financial year and also beyond. We've also, in this context, approved an inclusive growth policy in the financial year to specifically focus on the designated groups and how we address the issues of access to land and access to finance, because those still seem to be the biggest challenges that our new entrants experience, and where we need to assist and support to be able to foster the relationships between municipalities and the new entrants, to be able to make land available. Also, in terms of an implementation protocol that we signed with the Housing Development Agency for land, specifically for social housing, to be made available. And then ultimately also, in terms of finance, the relationships that we have with finance institutions. And we have done work on that in terms of memorandum of agreement with various financial institutions to support our new entrants. As the chairperson also pointed out, we did work on our organizational design and review, specifically to address enforcement and compliance, because we are the regulatory authority, and it is important that the sector is properly regulated. And by identifying issues in terms of the sector early on, from a compliance point of view, we do believe that less enforcement will be required, and those issues can be dealt with in a supportive manner, which is also part of the SHRA mandate. In terms of units approved, completed, and regulated, I did refer to the 7,637 units, which I did say is not enough. If you look at the 2 years that remains and the 10,363 unit difference from the 18,000 unit MTSF target. But what I can give the committee assurance of is that we do have approximately 14,000 units approved in our systems and not yet completed. And that's where the focus needs to be in the context of meeting the MTSF target. Of those 14,000 units, there's approximately almost 9,000 units under construction, which means those projects and those delivery agents need to be closely monitored for us to ensure that the units can be completed and tenanted, because ultimately this target talks about tenanted units, even though it says units completed as part of the evidence requirements, the unit must be tenanted before we count it. Also, we have approximately 5,000 units in planning, which means they've been approved, but not yet hit the ground in terms of construction, where we do have to provide the required support for those units to also find their way into construction and ultimately to benefit tenants. In terms of units under regulation, we currently stand on 42,553 units, which is an increase of about 4.7% from the prior year. In terms of staffing trends, we do have a vacancy rate. The chairperson did point out the recruitment processes that we are busy with, but at the same time also doing work or have done work on our organizational design, which have been submitted for consideration. This is just the overview of the different programs within the Social Housing Regulatory Authority and the performance in terms of those targets, the 31, where we achieved and where we did not. And you would see from this that ultimately in the financial year, in the core unit, there was quite a substantial amount of targets not achieved, which requires us to pay more attention to those, and not that we're not to the others, but it is important that, and it does tell the story of compliance, accreditation, regulation that needs to be strengthened within the organization. Going into the detail of the targets, and I'm going to focus on the ones that we have not achieved, because those are the ones where remedial action is required and we need to do work. On the internal audit plan, we've taken measures to achieve or to ensure that we achieve it in the current financial year, where we have an internal audit service provider. We have a plan. That plan has already been approved. We're monitoring implementation on a quarterly basis, and we're ensuring that in terms of our quarterly targets, we meet those to then ultimately meet the 100% implementation by the end of the financial year. In terms of the affordable rental housing policy, the policy has been developed. We have a framework. The process has been initiated on a national level, but we do require further consultation before it can be endorsed by the council. And ultimately, this policy needs to talk to affordable rental in the bigger context, where social housing plays an important role, but where we also need to address what we do with people that fall outside of the social housing income, in the context of moving on towards potentially ownership, where those projects are located, and ensuring that people do actually have the ability to move on from social housing and graduate and make those units available for more households over a period of time, so that we don't only have one household benefiting from affordable rental. So that work is in process. And then on the procurement spend, we were sitting on 38% against a 40% target. But this target in the current financial year has also been changed, and it now differentiates between the designated groups as well. But just to give the committee the commitment also that we do have specific plans and interventions to ensure that procurement spend within the SHRA goes towards the designated groups. And we'll ensure that that gets reported on, which it does, and gets tracked in the current financial year so that we can achieve these targets. I mentioned earlier on that compliance, accreditation, regulations is a focus of ours, where it is important that the institutions that report to us meet our benchmarks. In other words, that we make sure that they collect rent, that there's no vacancies, that they run a sustainable business, and that the institutions themselves are effective and efficient. So we measure that on a quarterly basis, and we see that we did not meet the target in terms of the number of institutions that needed to meet at least 3 of our performance benchmarks. We were standing on 43.75% against a target of 61%. I can say to the committee that we've improved in the current financial year, and we currently sit on around 55%, which is still not good enough. But it does show that the work that we're doing in terms of supporting the institutions is starting to bear some results to ensure that we get the institutions to run their businesses sustainably, but also, I think to a large extent, the impact of the pandemic was still felt, but it is now at a point where the sustainability of the businesses are in fact improving. Then just on institutions fully accredited, one of the important components of this is that institutions that are fully accredited must have projects that they are managing, and they must perform good against the benchmarks. So this, to a large extent, talks to the previous target as well, where if we support the institutions and if we ensure that they comply, we can change their status from conditionally accredited to fully accredited. And in this context also, what is important that we do is for the new entrants that have projects that they are busy with, to support them to ensure that those projects get completed, tenanted, and that they start reporting to us on their performance for us to measure whether they can move from conditionally to fully accredited. So in terms of this, we are specifically implementing a plan where the institutions that are conditionally accredited with the potential to move to full accreditation is now tracked for us to enable them to achieve fully accredited status. On the project side, it is about the support that we give to the institutions on the projects, where we only had one that achieved an approved project. We do have some in our incubation program that we are implementing that will achieve project approval in the current financial year. And we have implemented measures to ensure that we also achieve this target going forward. The targets on the tenancy audits is good, and I'm not going to spend time on this, but suffice to say that it's great when we do the audits. But what it does show is the implementation of what we find in the audits is where the improvement is required in the context of, so if we have established that there are issues with institutions through doing these audits, we need to ensure that those issues that have been identified can be addressed appropriately. So that's the work that we focus on in the core unit. And again, also on the project accreditation applicants, we had 80% Black majority owned or controlled, but we had a target of 85%. So we did not achieve that in the context of the 85% target. And on the designated groups, we were standing on 28% against a target of 40%. Again, as I said earlier on, the inclusive growth policy, the work that we're doing with municipalities and our work with the Housing Development Agency is becoming increasingly important for us to ensure that we make land available, firstly, and secondly, the work that we do with the finance institutions to ensure that we unlock the funding for these entrants is extremely important in the context of achieving these targets. On the incubation program, we were unfortunate not to achieve because we already had one of our incubation participants with a project under construction. And we do have 3 of them that have projects that are in the pipeline but not yet approved. And we are therefore working closely with those. We also believe that there are 3 in the year thereafter that will get projects approved. And then 2 of the incubation participants require land. And that is the reference that I made earlier on to the work that we're doing to ensure that we can also address the availability of land issue. On the project's intervention, we've implemented in the current financial year remedial action where we assess the projects on the pipeline more carefully to ensure that we know what the areas are where support is needed. And we have bridged the gap between the Compliance, Accreditation and Regulations Unit and Sector Development and Transformation to ensure that we can address and support projects that need to be delivered and that are currently sitting on the social housing pipeline. Then the targets on municipal support, on the support grants from a transformation point of view, we've met. Also from the designated group area in terms of who is part of the incubation program and where do we spend the money, we've met those. And then in terms of project development and funding, these I have spoken to earlier on in terms of not meeting the target on units completed, but the work that we're doing in the current financial year to increase our delivery, which will ultimately also mean that we get units delivered in terms of what I referred to earlier on as units tenanted, to be able to achieve that target. So it's not just about having a unit with an occupation certificate, but actually changing that occupation certificate into someone that benefits and someone that stays in the unit, which is really very, very important for us to focus on in terms of the delivery and the mandate of the SHRA. We, again, on the expenditure side of the consolidated capital grant, met our targets when it came to transformation. And also, again, on the spent on main contractors and professional teams, we met the target where it's not necessarily only about who we give the grant to, but the whole value chain of the grant, because ultimately the grant recipient would appoint main contractors and professional teams, and we need to ensure that we follow the funding down to that level in terms of the social housing value chain. Thank you, Chair and members. I will now hand over to Mr. Fakutse to speak to the audit outcomes.
Thank you, Acting CEO. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson of the committee and honorable members of the committee, the chairpersons of the various entities, Acting DG, and officials supported from the National Department and my colleagues within the sector. I will begin with the pictorial summary of the audit findings, audit outcomes over the 3 years, where the SHRA has maintained a status of an unqualified audit opinion with findings or matters of emphasis. The root causes that have been identified in the cycle that we've just completed has been the inadequate review and monitoring of compliance and laws and regulations, and that of the annual financial statements and the annual performance report. Acting CEO, will you move to the next slide, please? I don't have rights. Thank you. The emphasis of matter has been around the compliance with laws and regulations, particularly around the irregular expenditure that I will talk to later, the material amendments that were identified by external auditors, and information contained in the annual performance report. Although these items were subsequently corrected, they then effectively resulted in the unqualified opinion being issued on the financial statements, and that the performance information in the annual performance report was free from any material error, and that the external auditors did not, therefore, subsequent to the correction, identify any further material findings on the usefulness and reliability of the reported performance information. Next page. Next slide. The entity did not identify any fruitless or wasteful expenditure under the current year. The irregular expenditure that was disclosed was purely as a result of the non-compliance to Section 9 of the Social Housing Act, given the term or tenure of the interim council that was in place during this financial year. That has been subsequently been rectified by the executive authority in the appointment of a council from November 2021. The supply chain issues that were raised were purely around administrative issues related to bid specification terms of references, which have also been rectified by the enhancement in the policy. We will also, as a mitigation plan, improve our review of the financial statements going forward. Next slide, please. This is a high-level summary of the grant expenditure on the two major capital grants that the SHRA receives from the National Fiscus. The first one being the capital grant that is what is used to fund the grant applicants for the projects in the construction of the social housing units, and the institutional investment grant, which supports the sector development and transformation. Although the expenditure, when you look at the IIG, is not as great, but that is really around the intervention plans that we do enter into, do have a sort of multi-year sort of impact. So the expenditure doesn't necessarily match the improvement of the plans as per financial year, but they are effectively committed. Next slide, please. The statement of financial position reflects that the SHRA is fairly healthy financially. You will see that we don't have a very high asset base. The receivables from exchange transactions is purely in the main deposits on the lease that we currently have, and the cash and cash equivalents balance, which is driven by our sort of successful retention of cash surplus requests that we do annually. Because the cash that we have is retained on the basis to support approvals that have already been granted against the projects. The other thing that I wanted to highlight is just the difference you see in the payables from exchange items. In the prior year, we had 85 million. That was really based on the accruals that were outstanding at that date. In this financial year, that number came down quite significantly because we didn't have any accruals for claims as of the reporting date, 31 March 2022. The provisions indicate the interest capitalization that we have earned, and the interest is used to fund items from other capital nature towards projects. Next slide, please. From a financial performance, the only major adjustment that we had to account for was that of the appropriation of approximately 51 million that was appropriated to the HDA following the normal appropriation processes. The surplus that we have had at the end of the year is still subject to the retention of cash surplus outcome from National Treasury of approximately 700 million. Next slide, I think I'm done. Thank you very much. I'm done.
Chair, you want to close? Thank you, Chair. Thank you to my acting CEO and acting corporate services manager. Chair, whilst it might seem like it's all doom and gloom, I believe, and we believe as this council, there are still some bright sparks within our performance, in the sense that as much as, unfortunately, if you haven't achieved the exact of what you had planned to achieve, then you haven't achieved. But it doesn't take into consideration the fact that you have achieved a little of what you needed to achieve. For example, Chair, where you had a 100% planned achievement, but if you've achieved an 82% or a 90%, you still haven't achieved in as far as how we view things, but it still means there is some work that has been done, even on the areas where there are shortfalls. Chair, from our side as SHRA, we are committed, as indicated in my opening remarks. We are committed to changing the situation around. We have measures in place. We're working hard on them. And we are hoping and looking forward to a change situation in the next financial year. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair of SHRA and your team. Members, that was the presentation of the three entities. Can I invite members to talk to the presentations? We have Honorable, can I have all the hands so that I can note them? We have Honorable Emma Powell, Honorable Mokhutu, Honorable Malemacha. I see those hands. Can we then proceed? I'll note others as we proceed. Honorable Powell.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you, colleagues. Chairperson, I usually do turn on my camera because I think it's important, but unfortunately I'm not able to do so. So please accept my apologies for me not being visible. My first question is to the NHBRC. I think that of the entities that we've seen so far, and in terms of the AG's report to us on Wednesday, I think that the entity seems to be doing a decent job, and I think that there are many respects that the entity can be commended on. I do have a concern. I noted when I was reading your annual report that you had stated the public entity is opposing claims of 369 million rand, slightly down from last year, as it believes that it has reasonable grounds to defend each claim. Can we please understand what the basis of the entity opposing these claims is? And is it possible for us to get a breakdown of what these claims are and the reasons that the entity is opposing them? And then, given your very healthy balance sheet, could it not be asked that maybe the rates that the NHBRC are charging to enroll housing builds are possibly too high, given the low claims and the high profits? I mean, this is a state entity. It's a positive balance sheet is not a bad thing, but we are here to serve the citizens of this country. So could we not use some of that surplus to potentially lower the charges that the entity levies to the industry? Then to the NHFC, I'm deeply concerned reading your annual report about the slow progress on your debt relief program. So your annual report notes that there was a delay in the implementation of the debt relief program because even though the board had approved the internal DRP policy in August 2021, which was almost 18 months after the COVID pandemic began, the NHFC could not begin the implementation of the program because the framework hadn't been approved by the National Minister of Human Settlements. From what I can gather, this was actually only approved by the Minister in February. So as a result, the funds haven't been utilized in the financial year that you're reporting on. And you've said you're going to request the retention of funds in the upcoming financial years. What are the reasons for these delays? We've seen this, and I'll speak to the residential rental relief program with SHRA, but COVID hit, government allocated all of these funds, reallocated, we approved adjustment budgets in Parliament, and it seems that the entities dragged their heels in terms of finalizing this policy in August 2021, only approved in March 2022. I mean, what's the point? What are the reasons for the delays, and what interventions were undertaken by executive management to expedite this matter with the minister? Is it not a simple question of asking your board chairperson to pick up their cell phone and phone the minister and ask for her approval? We see this across government, that these excuses are given, these bureaucratic lengthy delays, and it's the poorest, hardest hit citizens that suffer. Then there were only 3 applications for incremental housing loans from the Northern Cape compared to over 10,600 from KZN. What capacity building is being done with provinces that are not taking up the entity's offerings? And is there a specific reason that we see so few applications from the Northern Cape on the incremental housing loans? Then just moving to 2 KPIs, on the KPI that speaks to the value of the NHFC's contribution to strategic partnerships in terms of millions, the target was 50 and the achievement was 0, so the target wasn't met. Now, the rationale given for that was no deals have been closed to allow for investment to flow. Potential deals are at relationship building and MOU stages. Why does the entity have a target of 50 if 0 have been achieved? Surely it's a shot in the dark target that it shouldn't be on your performance plan. And when we talk about relationship building and MOU stages, this sounds like hot air. It sounds like somebody sucked their thumb and came up with an excuse. We're building relationships, but you have an actual KPI on your performance plan that you have to contribute X number of million rands to strategic partnerships. Then again, in terms of the value leveraged from NHFC's strategic partnerships in millions, so the first KPI is contribution, the second is leveraging. The target was 150. You guys achieved 0. And again, the same rationale was given that potential deals are at relationship building. This is one of the ways in which you can say absolutely nothing by saying a lot. The question here is, should the entity not potentially revise those targets quite radically, or potentially change those targets to speak to, for example, X number of deals in relationship building or MOU stages, as opposed to the ultimate target, which is the value that's leveraged, because that's doing quite a lot of damage to your overall performance outcomes. And then just looking at your KPIs, I mean, more than 22 of your 35 targets haven't been met. That's 62%. So if the NHFC has met so few targets, what plausible guarantees can the entity give us that they are actually ready for the establishment of the Human Settlements Development Bank? Then to SHRA, I just want to say the report that we've been sent has been scanned so badly that if you look at the report, and I'm sure members have, the columns where there's highlighting, so green or red highlighting, are so blurred that we can't read anything. So when I sat down to go through your report, I can read the narrative, but your actual performance columns, it's not legible. So, I mean, I really think in 2022, we shouldn't be sending out scanned copies of annual reports. I mean, the other entities have beautiful reports. Can the SHRA please fix that and send us a legible report by the end of today? From what I could garner, in terms of your compliance targets, only 3 were met. So 5 out of your 8 compliance, accreditation, and regulation targets weren't met. That's severe. And then against a budget of 806 million rand, there was an under expenditure of 143 million rand. Now, we've seen the underperformance of SHRA for many years now. I actually think that the entity, and please excuse how frank I am being, it is my job to be so, but I think that SHRA is at the point that they should justify to Parliament reasons for their continued existence, given the year-on-year failures. I know you had a chairperson with a track record that's somewhat questionable. You've now got a new chair. Hopefully she can help to turn things around. But I mean, under expenditure of 143 million rand, you're not meeting the majority of your targets. On the residential rental relief program, it took 14 months for the entity and the department. I know that there were transfers of responsibilities here, but it took ultimately 14 months to approve that policy. And then by the end of the 2021-22 year, or financial year, from what I can garner in your report, still less than half of the applications that you have received have been approved. So this is 2.5 years on from COVID having wrought the destruction that it did in the industry. And after sitting on the policy for 14 months, now at the end of this financial year, less than half of your applications have been approved. My understanding was that 377 million Rand was ultimately allocated to this rental relief program, which sought to provide relief to the poorest people in our country who couldn't pay their rent and keep roofs over their heads. We are all dealing with a massive homelessness crisis in all of our respective municipalities. And from what I can see, please correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not a financial or management accountant, but from what I can see, only 2 million Rand has so far been allocated. I don't know if that's supposed to have an additional 3 zeros on it, making it 20 million or 200 million. Can we just get the exact figures? But in terms of your narrative, regardless of the amount of money that has now actually been allocated to applications, it's still less than half of the applications you have received have been approved. Can we get a full explanation as to what's going on here, please? And then irregular expenditure in the current financial year is sitting at a cumulative amount of 56 million Rand. What is being done to deal with this? I know at other entities, condonation committees have been put together. We have requested and received condonation reports from certain entities. Could we please get an understanding of what's being done to deal with and regularize this irregular expenditure of 356 million Rand? And then I can't believe that I even have to speak about this. In light of SHRA's gross and continued underperformance, when I looked at your financial statements, I noted that 2.7 million Rand was still paid in performance bonuses, and 1.025 million Rand of this was paid to the top 7 executives. I mean, the entity is failing, it's clear. How on earth does the board, and Chairperson, if you could please justify this, how does the board justify performance bonuses to your senior executives when your results are so dismal? That's all from my side. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Next, Honorable Mahoto.
Chairperson, thank you. My first question will be directed to NHFC. NHFC incurred an irregular expenditure of 16 million. Have you applied any consequence management towards the official who is responsible for this irregular expenditure? Why were disciplinary steps not taken against the official who had incurred or permitted irregular expenditure in prior years as required by Section 51, subsection 1E of the PFMA? No consequence management was applied to the official who modified or extended contracts without following PFMA processes and Treasury regulations. When is the board of NHFC going to complete the strategic process towards the establishment of the Human Settlement Development Bank? I think, you know, the development of the Human Settlement Development Bank, it's long overdue. We've been singing this song. NHFC has been promising that, you know, eventually the people of South Africa will get this service or this bank established, but it seems as if it's taking long or it's never going to happen. So I just want to know, how soon are we going to expect it to be established? And then my next questions are directed to Nhbrc. What measures have you put in place to improve the quality of your financial statements? And the next one is your officials who made or permitted irregular expenditure left the entity before investigations were concluded. Did you take any disciplinary action to those officials who left the entity before investigations were closed? I'm moving now to SHRA. I don't know what to say. I'm very disappointed with SHRA. You are failing the people of South Africa. There is a huge backlog of housing in our country, and majority of our poor people are in need of houses, yet you are unable, to meet the targets or achieve the targets you have set for yourselves. You set an annual target of 3,500 under social housing, but you only achieved 2,771 in the financial year 2022. What are the reasons for this non-achievement? And have you put any measures in place to deal with this non-achievement? Another one is SHRA incurred an irregular expenditure of 356 million in the current financial year. Have you applied any consequence management to the officials or official responsible for this? When is the CEO position going to be filled on a permanent basis? What measures have you put in place so that in future your audit outcome is clean and is prepared in accordance with the prescribed financial reporting framework as required by Section 55, subsection 1B of the PFMA? Have you put measures in place to deal with the challenges which made you not to achieve most of the annual targets you've set for yourself for the 2022 financial year? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mafutu. Honorable Malemaja, followed by Honorable Sihluai, followed by Honorable Utastik.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, colleagues, members of the entities, as per their positions. Chairperson, let me start by saying, it is quite disturbing to realize some of the things that are in the AG's report. And if we don't tell the public how a budget is formulated, people will think that the government, in particular the treasury, just decide to say, you, this entity, I want to give you 10 million. Whereas the reality is that, Shri, you go to the treasury and say, our needs are as follows, and this is the amount we want for the year. And it gets approved as per your needs. Now you are given this million as per your needs. You come back, you didn't utilize the money as per the needs you indicated. Now the question, who's really fooling who? How do you formulate your request in terms of the budget? I think that is a very clear statement that the nation must know, that people go and say, we want billion, and these are the needs that are equals to billion, then they are granted billion, but they can't utilize the money. It means they lied to us in terms of the needs. Now, let me start with the Nhbrc. which I think I dwelled much on it. I want to say the chairperson of the Nhbrc, you know, you like you are sick, you go to the doctor, you want to lead the doctor. Is very wrong. You are telling us that you have realized that there's a need to formulate a special team that will deal with your internal audit. The question is why you waited for the AG's report before you be proactive on the matter. It can't be correct that we are embarrassed and that you react late. You should have known that there's a need to send a clear report, internal audited report. Now the question is, which system are you applying? Which board is it regulating your internal audit record? If you are not using ISO 901, which in terms of the environment built is the only board that I think can assist. Therefore, you are going to create your own internal team, which is not affiliated to any. You're still going to encounter that. Now, you are Comrade Chair, through your chair, the chair of the Nhbrc, you are reporting to us that now you are going to fill the executive positions. Why you waited for the AG to come and enlighten you that these positions are very critical and they are needed, you are not going to succeed without them. It's only after we have failed, is then that to say, no, we are going to fill them. Chairperson, you see, I want to address the CEO of the Nhbrc this way, that when he's presenting, he presents so cleverly. And that is not how we run the institute. He will know better that taste is in the pudding. Here it's like they want to come and brush us as if we're not going to go deeper into the report. And it's very clear from the very same environment that it is not said until it is written. I'm saying all this, Comrade Chair, because as the CEO, before you be proud of the following, which I must indicate, it must not be said, I must also make it you aware that the chair, the CEO fails to understand or to master the art that says their auditing papers were supposed to be prepared according with the prescribed financial framework as required by section 55, subsection 1 of B of PFA. In this case, the entire institute took every paper or report to the AG without realizing that some of the statements are not supposed to go and are not talking what they want to talk. When it was found out that they are not qualified, I mean, they are not going to make it, it's then that they approach the AG and say, no, we did a mistake by sending some of the statements which were not supposed to there. Then they are given special time to go and correct and rectify. Is then that they receive unqualified audit opinion. The question is, why such report left the institute to go to the AG without being double-checked and avoid the embarrassment? Why must you embarrass me first and come and rectify after? I'm saying the CEO, it is your responsibility together with your internal auditors to ensure that your paper tray is up to scratch. And I'm saying that because if you don't do that, you will continue to have a serious problem in terms of the effective of appropriate steps that's supposed to be taken when you deal with the revenue management. Because in many cases, as you performed, because I must say it again, you in terms of the legislation, in many cases, you are very loose to an extent that you are waking up by the authority that this hasn't happened. So one will conclude by saying, if you are to wrap on that matter, you need to work out your internal auditors team, and you need to affiliate in ISO 901 so that if you cannot be able to rectify at a lower level, before it goes to the AG, at least it's rectified. Chairperson, I think this must also be said that in general, there is an improvement that we must say, that of the targeted 61% in terms of the BEE supplier, they have gone to 75. We really applaud you for that. The other good work that can be said in a form of good story is instead of 30 days turnaround of doing the payments, we have shortened it to 25, and we must sustain that. Because once you put it as a mark, you have to sustain it. When we are in agreement that you receive unqualified report, that we are in agreement. But it must not have some dent so that you get it right. In terms of the 93 performance, what you call, you got it there, we don't even have a problem. And especially when you refer to say other years, that will be a 2017, 2018, where you have improved from 64 to 93. I think they have done very well. We are very much happy. Now, my earlier statement when I was opening was referring to SHRA, where I'm very much disappointed that it's them that came with their own budget, with their needs, but they failed to do as they're supposed to. Comrade Chairperson, I think that's all that I wanted to contribute, but the emphasis is on the question of the filling of the executive positions, to say the chair and the CEO, next time when you come here, we don't want to plan for the coming year. We want to say, these are the things that we have done, and it must be supported by the AG report. That is where my statement was saying the taste is in the pudding. Whatever that you are going to say, all of you here, if it's contrary from what is in the AG's report, know that you are not relevant to our meeting. Our meeting is addressing what the AG said. Thank you very much, Comrade Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Malmaza. Honorable Sukhai.
Chair, thank you very much. Thank you for the presentations from all the institutions. But I just want to raise an issue of why we have called this meeting. We have called this meeting to really understand if these institutions are creating value for the money that has been given to them by Treasury. The second issue is that is the lives of our people being improved? I think the English and all other issues are nice to listen to, but in the listening of the English, we get worried because the presentation of a target is an authority. It's an authority which says, do this, don't do this, so that the life of Unozolile Swai is improved. I just wanted to start with that because there are worrying areas in the presentation of these institutions. Starting from the NHBRC, Chair, NHBRC is saying while there's an instruction to pay within 30 days, they are able to pay within 21 days. I think we need to commend them for that, but to say you have not arrived. We must not listen to that every financial year. You must get to where you are able to identify what makes me not to arrive to the 30%. And one of the issues perhaps that we need to know is the demographics of this performance. Is this happening in all provinces? Is this happening in all provinces? It may happen that it does not happen in some of the provinces. It happens in one province or two provinces. It's important that at another time we get that report. The second issue is the online registration. Online registration is commendable because it's improving the systems to make things better. But the majority of the people that should benefit in this online, they're at Guyane, they're at Lusikisiki, in the Bundus, where our people are, whom wants to improve the quality of their lives. They want to be fully fledged contractors, or they want to get their houses. Where do they get the online? Perhaps it's something that you need to be told. How are you going to do this? Good as it is, how do you make sure that you reach all the people of this country? The NHBRC is tasked to monitor and protect quality of houses of our people. I think if NHBRC members that have been participating in our housing bill that we are moving with, they've heard the weaknesses of NHBRC. They've heard it very bad. Now, listening to this report, you worry most that how is NHBRC is going to give good life and quality houses to our people with all the issues that are raising. I'm going to raise some of the issues that are worrying. The presenter talks about a transformation, which he says is a set-aside initiative. I'm not sure what is an initiative, what is a policy, what is a directive. I'm lost in terms of interpreting the English on that. I'm worried about reducing to an initiative. Remember, the country continues to strengthen its democratic processes, and it continues to strengthen its democratic processes. Now, this comes to an area where we said, in the housing development, there's a group that we're leaving behind. There's a group that we are not focusing on it. So this is a directive. Help me if initiative is the same thing with a directive, with a policy. The target not achieved, Chair, it becomes important that the presenter said there's a low application. That's why you are not getting the target as we planned on the designated group, youth, women, and disability. Now, I come back to the organizational design of the institution. Remember, once a new instruction is given, your responsibility is to go back to your old organizational design and make sure that you have got a structure that's going to look on how you are going to effect what has been identified. Now, is your structure speaking about how do you deal with where there are low applications? Because we should not listen to that, the low applications. They will be there because there has been no mandate before. There's a mandate now. What is it that you're doing to improve those applications? Advocacy, having forums, meeting the groups, so that this information is known for them to apply equally on the basis of your target. It takes long to approve the housing that we want to approve. So therefore, you are not making an impact. That's the answer. You are not making an impact. Please improve. Make sure that you take the mandates of the country, take the mandates of the Constitution, and be able to try to improve and come closer to what government wants. Because you are not making an impact when you say it takes time to the problem to approve. It takes time. They are staying in bundles. They stay in forests. They are unable to come to your offices. Your offices are in town. I make an example. Now, what are the mechanisms for you to reach them so that you have the approvals in good time as per your measurement and your standard? Coming to SHRA, SHRA has established a new organizational structure with all the problems that they have. I want to get a clarity. She's saying their clients or the institutions that are working with could not progress because they were using an old quantum. You were using an old quantum. Remember, you are a regulatory structure. How did it happen that they don't know that there's a new, and why you did not inform them? Why they are left behind using an old quantum, whereas there's a new quantum? There's an issue of a 2,771 units, 2021, 2022, which were completed out of 7,637. Help me if I'm talking it wrongly. Now, my challenge is that this is a big gap. This is a big gap. You had your logical framework with clear targets to achieve. At what time in the period of the year, when you see that December is going to come and I'm not going to achieve this, what do you do in October? Because you are supposed to revise your strategy for you to meet the target, which was an authority to us, even as a department, said, nah, I'm going to meet 20. Now you see that you still have 7 in October. What do? You wait until you tell us that you couldn't. That's not what we want, because the target to us is to improve the quality of life of the people. So I'm saying, at which time where you revise your strategy to get the results that you want? The other one, Chair, is there are people that you find that you are unable to help them as a Nhfc, no, as a SHRA. You are unable to help them. I'm asking myself, within the other institutions, isn't there no institution where you can refer them to than to ignore them? For instance, there are people that are poor of the poorest, that they've got nothing. And in the process of your housing development, your rental, those people don't feature any. But they are people of this country. They need to be helped. Is there no way that you can engage one of the institutions so that you get some help for them to be considered. Getting to the accreditation of designated group, where you had a target of 2 and you achieved 0, and you had a target of 85, you achieved 80, you had a target of 40%, you achieved 28. It's important that we take this serious. We take this serious because the country talks about the generational mix. It's a new focus. It has been there in the Constitution, but it's a new focus where the country has seen that we are not doing justice to it. And this also means we are not doing justice to our people that we give birth to, young people, disability, women, they are left behind. I do want to get a strategy that we can get from SHRA on how do you want to deal with the designated group? Because your presentation says a lot that is desired, that you still far in terms of addressing this. This is a transformation agenda. Please. You need to have advocacy, you need to have forums, you need to make sure that you get help from different organizations that are dealing with this so that you achieve your objective. You are a regulatory institution. This is my last one. Sometimes, chairperson of the meeting, we may be listening to good English, performance, achievement, blah, blah, blah. But it may happen that these are 2 provinces that are being considered in all this. Other provinces are ignored. There's nothing that is happening in some of the provinces. Because initially, with the challenge with how Western Cape was addressed in this particular process, it's important that at another time, we get a report that's going to be demographic specific, province per province, so that we know that we are equally servicing our people of this particular country. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sifai. Honorable Tseki.
Chairperson, thank you very much. There are only 2 points that I want to raise. On the NHBRC, their performance looks so great. But here, I think NHBRC has been briefed by their managers on the ground that NHBRC doesn't look good to the community out there. I want to propose to the chair, I don't know how they go to when these projects are installed in different communities, but I would really want to invite the chair just to take one area, maybe in one of these towns. In particular, I think if you can take Limpopo, just to go to communities where they build of the RDPs or of any other stock is being built and have a feel. Or maybe, Chair, we are going to give to the NHBRC our report of complaints and for them to act on them. So that performance, it will depend on the targets they formulate themselves against the real targets on the ground. Because you can say, my target is to do 1, 2, 3. But in real, you meet those targets. But those targets may not be in sync with the reality on the ground. So that's my my proposal, Chair. The next one is the issue of, hey, Chairperson, what is this one? The Human Settlement Development Bank, I'll call it that way. Comrades, we always hear that there's an agent, we are going to focus on this matter. We are almost 18 months to the end of our term. And I must say, this idea was presented in 2019, in our first strategic session. It was presented, but it seems as if it's not happening. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Butters. Just to emphasize on what other members have raised on NHBRC, starting with NHBRC, Honorable Zeki has raised a critical issue on what, as we move around ourselves as a portfolio committee, a majority of subsidy houses that are being built by government have been enrolled with NHBRC. And there is a lot of complaints from the communities around the shadow works, leaking. In some instances, the houses are being built in the river, flood areas. The testimony would be the issues of KZN floods, because the majority of where these houses have been built are in the flood areas. The question is, as we commend you on your performance, do you have appropriate structures, governance structures, sections of or in your structures that, particularly your inspectors, are they qualified? Are they helpful? Are they submitting report? And what are you saying as the board as you interact with these challenges that you found on the ground in terms of the work that is being done on the ground? We have, as we have interacted with the minister, we were saying that what the Auditor General has found on that the department raised issues with yourselves, and there is no indication that there is a follow-up in terms of you implementing. And when the minister responded, was saying, I employ boards for them to take that responsibilities. And I know that all of you are saying you're new, which is fine, but you know, when you go, government doesn't have vacuum. When you go into a structure or appointed in a particular position, you inherit the good and the bad. And there should be that commitment that when departments are raising, because they've got the responsibility to monitor your performance, when they are raising the issues, it's the responsibility of the board to follow up on those issues and make sure that your management attend to. And I want you to comment on that, and on the root cause that Auditor General identified. Honorable Malemaja has picked up some of the issues. One of the things was that the slow response in management in improving the key controls, the instability in the key management, as you are saying, you're finalizing them. But would want you to note these things so that it can be fast-tracked on the finance unit, and the inadequate processing and reconciling control. Those are the issues that the Auditor General are found as the root cause no, sorry, not, it's not no, for the sorry, I'm sorry, Chair, for the NHBRC is the issue of vacancy, the slow response in improving the key controls and addressing the risk areas and adequate consequence management. These are the root cause that the Auditor General are raising, and these are the recurring, by the way. So I know that you are new. You give the reason that you are new. You have established a task team, as Honorable Manmacha is saying, but your executives are not new, some of them. And the staff that you have, they are not new. Why are you not making them to account for these issues that the Auditor General is raising on them? The same thing, and on the NFC and NHFC, good input, Chair, but would want to see the progress on the issues that were raised. We have long time said that we need the business case. You are still saying you are still going to finalize it. I know that you say you are new, but are you saying that the old board had not started the process? Because government doesn't have a vacuum. Excuse that you're new, it's a problem on its own. The issues that I've raised before, the slow response in the management, in improving the key control, instability in key management and finance units, inadequate processing and reconciling control. These are the root cause that the Auditor General is raising. We welcome what the CFO has said, that one of the officials who was responsible was fired. But we appreciate that the report of the Auditor General on the health of finance of the institution, he's still having confidence in the institution to protect, and therefore it will be important that these issues must be addressed as a matter of urgency. And Minister has raised on SHRA the irregular expenditure, which has increased the irregular expenditure of the department. One of the things is that the council took decisions in contravention of the law. And the present chair, you were the deputy chair. Why were you not elected by your management, or why did you continue to take those decisions when you know that it's against the law? And the worst part is that, as Honorable is raising, that your executive have been paid bonus, and the performance of the total indicators only 39. And how do you give people bonus for not doing anything? Why can you justify why you've paid these bonuses? And my view is that that money must be returned to the state. The second issue is you have raised that the previous board had an issue with the CEO. Can you share with us what was those issues? Because now it has delayed for you to finalize the appointment of the CEO. And then the Honorable Sky has raised the issues of transformation issues where the performance is very bad, and you are raising the challenges that this and the designated groups has on the lack of land, lack of finances. But my question is, any HDA, which is the entity of the department, has a responsibility to work with all its department and other entities to acquire land. Have you approached them, and why they are not actually assisting? The lack of finance, unless again the Nhfc, it's finalizing this bank, will not rely on the private bank. We have attended your Indaba. I was in this the commission on the finance, where was chaired by Bruce. There's no hope with this private bankers unless you do something. You take this mandate very serious of establishing a bank to make sure that you are able to intervene where, particularly the middle missing management beneficiaries, and this is what the Auditor General has raised on the Nhfc on this missing middle management beneficiaries that you have achieved on the affordable housing, because you look at how SHRA has accredited people who have been accredited, means that we're still back to the issues that those that still benefited in the system, they continue to benefit out of the system. The entrances of the new, it's not taken serious. And the issue of transformation, we don't have to repeat it again and again. It's very critical. And I'm happy that the minister has raised the issue that if entities, there is no permanent guarantee that you'll exist even if you're not assisting in transforming the whole sector. And one is appreciative of that statement. We hope that indeed Minister will take cognizance as we continue to evaluate these entities and the boards, because there is interlinkage between yourselves, like how SHRA and Nhfc has to collaborate. In the previous interaction with yourselves, we have raised the issue of the student accommodation, that SHRA has to work with the Department of Education, and there's another element that you can contribute most, and we don't get you to prioritize that. And the issue of the government employee schemes, we've raised these issues, and the progress is not impressive. and we cannot continue to talk about one issue all the time. We hope, because you are there is that stability as mentioned by the minister and yourselves. Therefore, we see the progress on these issues. Those root causes that the Auditor General have raised in the next, as we interacted with you in the future, we would want to see how we have implemented them. And the issue of consequence management is non-negotiable. It's non-negotiable. People has to account of their deeds. And we congratulate those that have taken that in consideration. And NHBRC, you're saying the people that other people left the institution. But the question is, are we not supposed to follow these people up through other means that we have in government so that they can account? Because irregular expenditure created, unless you take proper steps as required by National Treasury, you are not going to, you will remain with those irregular expenditures. And that's where we're going to fight with yourselves. Means that you are not actually doing much needed work for you to resolve those issues. I'll now welcome you to respond on the issues, starting with the NHBRC. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. We note the questions, and I do agree with you that when you assume office, you assume it with assets and liabilities that you find there. I will deal with some of the questions. For instance, there was a question about executives not being employed in time until the AG raised the issue. In this case, when we came, this was raised before, and we were appointed in November, and all the executive positions had acting people, and the COO was suspended. As we speak now, we have the COO back after obtaining a legal opinion, and that also took time. We have finalized the appointment of the CEO. As I indicated earlier, we have advertised for these other executive positions. And remember, we could not deal with these other positions until we finalized the CEO's position, which we have since done. And I think by end of December would have filled all those positions. And in terms of online registration, we have established a hybrid model, that is your online walk-ins as well as use of community centers in the rural areas. So we will improve as we go along. There was also a comment that NHBRC doesn't look good out there as much as the performance can improve. It's true. We have already started scheduling meetings with the provinces. We'll be visiting, I think 2 meetings have been confirmed already for the month of November. And we are attending to those issues that were brought to our attention. At our strategy session, we also resolved that inspectors should be retrained if necessary, but rather than starting there, we said, as we are reviewing that inspection model, currently it's being reviewed and it will be finalized soon. We will be engaging with all MECs as we visit the provinces, so as to understand and respond to the challenges on the ground. Some of the problems were brought in by the department because some of these people complained directly, but we have attended to those. There was an issue here in Midrand, which has a history of about more than 5 years. But we've been meeting with the homeowner. We have resolved the issues. Others are not even related to NHBRC, but we are attending to these things. It's just that we are not talking about them. And thanks for also bringing this to our attention. We will appreciate a report that can help us, because you say where you've been visiting, you've been compiling reports. That will help us as we undertake this journey. And there was an issue about, I think, irregular expenditure. In terms of irregular expenditure of the employees that have since left the organization, I know that the organization has investigated and they have engaged with National Treasury, but the CEO will elaborate on that. With your permission, I will then hand over to the CEO to address some of the other questions. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson of the committee and honorable members. We have noted the inputs and the comments made by the honorable members. We'll then move and deal with the questions that were raised by the honorable members, starting with the comments and questions raised by Member Powell. She raised an issue around the fees that the NHBRC is charging, whether perhaps aren't those too high, and whether shouldn't they be reviewed. In terms of the current act that we have, honorable members, those fees are legislated. With the new bill that will be coming, Council will have an opportunity to review the fees and make a recommendation to the Minister. So that process will happen once the new bill has been passed into law. The other issue that was raised by Member Powell spoke to the surpluses that the NHBRC has. Indeed, she is correct. The NHBRC has looked at the surpluses that it has, and in doing that, we've looked at how these surpluses can be invested to advance development in the sector. In light of that, we have then reviewed our investment strategy and policy to look at introducing a new portfolio that will look at how some of these surpluses can be invested within the sector to advance development within the sector. And that revised strategy has been approved by our minister. It's currently sitting now with the Minister of Finance. Once it is approved by the Minister of Finance, then we'll then be able then to operationalize it with some consultations with some of our sister entities as well. The other question that were raised by Member Powell, the acting CFO, will talk to those. And then moving on to Honorable Member Mokot, she raised an issue around the quality of the financial statements. I think the CFO will talk to some of the audit adjustments that we had to process as a result of some interpretation issues that we had with the Auditor General. The Chairperson has touched on what the NHBRC has done in as far as the irregular expenditure is concerned. The cases that date back to 2011 were investigated. We had EY and some firms that assisted us with the investigations. And currently we are engaging with Treasury with a view of getting all that matter closed, as well as also looking at the application for condonation. I think in looking at the whole irregular expenditure cycle, what we've then done, we looked at what the root causes of those were. So we've then looked at our internal processes, we've looked at our policies, and we've done a maturity analysis of our whole supply chain function. And we've identified gaps, and already there are steps that have been done in addressing all of those gaps. The irregular expenditure that honorable members would be seeing that we are reporting, it's legacy issues that came from prior years, whilst we still had those gaps in our SCM systems, but those gaps have since been identified and have been dealt with. I think what's left now is the issue of now the engagements with National Treasury with a view of closing with the matter. Moving on to questions from Honorable Member Malimachi. The issue around the audit improvement task team that the Chairperson spoke to, that task team will be a task team of management. So within the organization, we've identified certain key individuals who will then assist the entity in looking at what were the key areas that the AG would have highlighted, and what responses have we then put in place to address those issues. And these responses that we've then put in place, are these responses adequate in terms of them addressing the issues? Once we've then done that, then our internal audit function will then come in at the end just to do an assurance to ensure that then all the desired plans that we've then set for ourselves through this task team are achieved in helping us to improve in terms of our performance. The issue that the member also raised was around the filling of positions. The Chairperson of Council has addressed that in terms of what steps Council has taken in dealing with the issues. The issue that the Honourable Member also raised was around the quality of our financial statements. The acting CFO will talk to that. Then moving on to the questions and comments.
Your voice is faint. Can you talk to the mic? Yeah, now it's better.
Yes. In moving to the questions raised by Honourable SHRA, she started by commending us for complying with legislation by paying service providers within the 30 days as legislated. The NHBRC, we've managed to pay within 21 days. And the question that was raised was whether is that happening across the country? Yes, Honourable SHRA, it is happening across the country. So that number that is reported there is the performance of the NHBRC as a whole. The Chairperson did speak to the issue around the online services. Currently, what we have walk-ins where any individual who would want to interact with the NHBRC would need to physically walk to an NHBRC office, wherever that office is located. Now, with the introduction of we are not doing away with that platform, but we are introducing another platform that we're going to be used, which is an online one. So those South Africans who've got an access to online facilities will be able then to tap into that platform. And also there is a rural strategy that we've sort of developed in terms of how we're going to have an outreach program to reach those areas that are remote, i.e. looking at community centers that will be looking at, and also partnering with municipalities as well in terms of how we can then roll out our services in partnership with municipalities. And then Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, you raised issues around the vacancies. I think the Chairperson has touched on that, and also some concerns that were raised by the AG around issues of consequence management. This council has taken this area quite seriously, and they are in the process of looking at how this can be implemented, because it has been cited by the AG, and it stems from some of those cases that would have been reported as irregular. So as a way of dealing with this, then we would need then to follow the process that is prescribed in terms of how one deals with irregular expenditure, up to the point where one has to look at issues around consequences. And I think Honourable Zeki did raise a question around the perception about the NHBRC, which the members experienced when they had those information sessions on the bill. I think the Chairperson has noted that already there are sessions that have been planned, as we will be engaging with all provinces, right, to try and understand what are the issues and to unlock all of those issues. And then the acting CFO would then come in, Honourable Chair, to deal with the other questions that were raised.
Good afternoon once again, Honourable Chairperson and members, and thank you to our Chair and CEO for your responses. I would like to please start with Member Powell, the issue raised about the contingent liabilities in our annual report. Essentially, these arise from the nature of our business as a regulator, where we take certain decisions in enforcing the Housing Consumers Protection Measure Act, such as interdicts to stop construction. So what sometimes happens is that the affected party will then oppose this and take the matter further. We do feel that we do have a good cause to fight these and to win them, because the decisions and actions taken are as a result of the Housing Consumers Protection Measure Act. We do have a schedule available that details and has a breakdown of each of these claims and where they currently are in terms of litigation. So that can be provided. Thank you for those comments. To Member Mohutu, around improving the quality of our annual financial statements, I think the main driver here was around the issue of our actuarial valuation, where there was disagreements between our actuaries and the actuaries of the Auditor General. And it was that led to the delay in finalizing our financial statements because of the material impact. So we have instituted a few measures, particularly because there are new accounting standards coming into effect for January 2023 that will affect as Nhbrc. So we have engaged with the Auditor General, whereby those material amounts in the actuarial provisions will be looked at before year end and before submission of our annual financial statements, so that both parties are on the same page before we finalize our annual financial statements. I think also further, we have also procured an accounting software that we think will then assist us in rolling out our annual financial statements and make it a less manual process. And we are also busy engaging with the Accounting Standard Board. Our view is to have a sort of independent overview of our financial statements, which we think will also give us an extra comfort. I think the remaining questions have already been answered. I thank you, Chair and members.
Thank you very much, Nhfc.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, honorable members. Just to say that, we do note the comments as well. And what I will do is I'll try and address, some of the strategic matters, and then I'll ask, my colleagues to assist on some of the specifics. Just to maybe start with the Human Settlements Development Bank. I think in my remarks, I did make mention on the fact that, there has been some progress, in the sense that I think I alluded that there were 3 institutions that first we had to deal with, which was the merger of Nhbrc, Nhfc, and RALF. So that process now has been completed. And naturally, we now have to move to the next step, which is now the Human Settlements Development Bank. I think, Chairperson, I also did allude to the fact that there is a workshop that I'm aware of that is being planned for early next year with the committee, where we can go in detail on the business plan, the business case, just to make sure that the members and the honorable members are on the same wavelength with ourselves. But having said that, Chair, it's also important that in the interim, there is a lot of engagement with the department. A committee has been set up. I've seen an email in the last 2 days where they've resuscitated now the committee that is going to be specifically looking at HSTB. But also there has been engagements with National Treasury. As you know, that this process, we need to capitalize the bank or this HSTB. So National Treasury becomes very important. And those engagements have started, and hence the revision of the business case. So it's important to say that work has been done in the past. And what we are doing now is we're revising the numbers, the business case, as per some of the input that we've received from National Treasury and also from the department. I think all of us are aware that a lot has happened in the last 18 months, and therefore the figures do need to be reviewed, Chair. So that process is happening. As a board, we will be looking at this revised business case at our next meeting, end of November. So there are clear timelines, regarding HSTB, because for us, it's critical that we deliver, on HSTB. Also, we've made comments on, I think, the issues around the enabling legislation. Comments have been submitted to the department. And again, these will be shared with the committee at the workshop. And I think the date has been set. And I think, Chair, there was a comment that was made, I think, by the first honorable member who asked questions. You know, as I'm sure all of us understand, we cannot overemphasize the importance of getting HSDB up and running, because there's a couple of things that are very important about the bank. First of all, we need to make sure that we are able to crowd in private sector. The reality is HSDB has to facilitate the development impact when it comes to affordable housing and the missing middle that we've been speaking about, and obviously deal with the issues around the backlog that we have in South Africa, particularly in the affordable housing space. We have the stats, the numbers in terms of how many affordable housing get delivered in this country every year. Obviously a huge concern. That's where HSDB comes in to make sure that we can facilitate the increased number of development of housing in the affordable housing space. Secondly, or thirdly rather, it's important that we are able to de-risk this sector. Now, the reality, Chair, is that it's, you know, like South Africa, many other countries as well, government can't have enough money to give everybody a house. What we need to do is the role of this institution will need to ensure that private sector is able to provide funding, but that's why that aspect of de-risking the sector as HSDB, that has to be our role. So the role of HSDB is important, hence this board has prioritized HSDB and making sure that HSDB is delivered, you know, as soon as possible. The other aspect, Chair, that I can maybe respond to at a high level is the issues around consequence management. I think we also with the AG, also with the discussions that we've had in a number of board meetings, we have seen that and the reports are there and the specifics I think management will give. There has been to a very large extent consequence management. I mean, especially in the procurement space, that's why we did not have a procurement manager and had to appoint, you know, a procurement manager, a new one who has hit the ground running. And as the acting CEO said, you know, we're beginning to see some, you know, improvements in some of the areas, and we are hoping that's going to continue. However, what we've also said as the board is that we would also like to see consequence management also at a senior level as well. It cannot just be the middle management and junior management. We also want to see it at senior level where people you know, take responsibility for some of the actions or rather missteps that would have been taken in the company. And to a large extent, we also have seen, you know, reports where certain action also has been taken at the senior level, whether adequate or not, you know, that's obviously processes that have to be followed. The other issues, Chair, that are also important, I think, for us as a board, is obviously performance of the institution. We have to work very closely with the department. I'll ask management to report specifically on FLISP and also the relief program. Granted, and we fully agree that, you know, the relief program was there for COVID. So we needed to intervene timeously for the institutions that have been affected by COVID. But obviously these have to be done within a framework. And I think management can then report, you know, on some of the challenges, but the reality is we've understood the need for us to work very closely with the department for us to also to be successful, and also to work with our sister, you know, institutions, whether it's HDA or SHRA. And I think one of the honorable members did allude to the fact that it's important that we work as a unit when it comes to the institutions. I think I'll ask management to respond on the issues around the turnaround and also to respond around the issue of irregular expenditure. I think that was raised and what action was taken around that. But as a board, you know, these are issues that I can confirm to the portfolio committee that we are seized with in any board meeting or even subcommittee meeting. You know, they occupy, I think, a lot of our time, particularly the audit issues, because in my earlier remarks, excuse me, I did mention the fact that you know, we also pushing for a clean audit for this financial year. We had a meeting, you know, half year, as we all know, where management has again committed to the board that, you know, we should be able to really have a clean audit in this financial year. And therefore, you know, at this time next year, we'll be reporting, I think, to the committee about progress that we would have made. If you can allow me, Chair, let me ask the acting CEO and some of my other colleagues to respond to some of the specifics. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. I'll start the responses and then the other executives will finish off. In terms of the HSDB, as the Chair said, we're working hard with the department on that. As it's the legislative process, the department is drives the process and we give them support. I'm really thrilled that the acting DG has reconstituted the steering committee that the department runs to ensure that we do get this HSDB working. And that committee should be meeting for the first time before the end of this month. The debt relief program, it took a while for the policy to be approved there. There were some issues with exactly how widely it should go. Initially, it was proposed as a rent relief where it would provide relief to tenants, and it was changed to a debt relief where it would provide relief to our clients. I agree, it took far too long for us to start dispersing that money, but it has helped a lot of our clients to survive who would otherwise have gone out of business and we'd have lost a lot of rental units, both affordable and social housing type units, and also some of the construction companies would have struggled as well. So it has helped, even though it was much later than we would have liked. Irregular expenditure, I think what we found was there was
Bruce, we're struggling to hear you.
We've lost him.
Bruce? Oh, okay. Bruce, we couldn't hear you. Maybe let's ask Violi to just explain the issues around the irregular expenditure.
Viola, can you answer?
Thank you, Chair.
Bruce, we're struggling with you. Please continue, sorry.
In terms of the irregular expenditure, most of the problems were that our SCM unit needs training in terms of the SCM regulations. So what is happening now is that we will be going on ensuring that our SCM officials are trained, and we have hired a new SCM manager who is already on the job and doing a very good job, who is qualified enough and knows the SCM regulations. So we are seeing that next year, this time we will not be taking the same story, and we believe that the SCM unit will improve and we will not have these irregular expenditures again, Chair. Thanks.
Chair, if I may, Tsolofelo Ramotshewa here, Chair, I will cover some of the other questions raised by the honorable members. Chair, I would like to refer to questions raised by Honorable Powell with regards to capacity building in smaller provinces, particularly around our incremental product, Chair. Just to give members some context, our incremental product is particularly focused at providing wholesale financing that enables retail intermediaries to on-lend to households that earn up to 22,000 Rand. So this product is mainly driven by our retail finance intermediaries or microfinance intermediaries. So to assist in building capacity to ensure that we are lending in provinces such as the Northern Cape and the Free State, where there are particular, our on-lending has been low. To assist in building that capacity, Chair, we have been engaging MFSA, otherwise known as Microfinance South Africa, which is a representative body of microfinance and credit providers. We have been engaging Microfinance South Africa so that we are able to reach all the incremental or rather intermediaries that participate, particularly in the housing space. So we focus on intermediaries who are able to on-lend, particularly in housing and not for consumption. We have encouraged that these intermediaries participate, particularly in Northern Cape as well as in the Free State. And in fact, we have just approved quite a large facility, Chair, to a large intermediary who has partnered with a nationwide retail chain. This will be able to give us the necessary reach that we require in the smaller provinces, such as Northern Cape and the Free State. And then, Chair, I will go to a question raised by Honorable Sehlwai, particularly around are these institutions creating value? Chair, although we acknowledge that we've got quite a long way to go in terms of improving our performance and improving our impact, Chair, I just wanted to highlight to the committees that from the value that we create, Chair, maybe highlight our impact. Chair, from a FLISP perspective, we disbursed 5,762 subsidies, which really are homes that people are able to move into. From our lending activities only, Chair, we were able to create impact in terms of 5,264 units that were built on the ground. Furthermore, from our incremental housing product, Chair, we were able to on-lend to individuals making incremental improvements to their homes. That came to about 26,000 loans that were dispersed in the incremental housing space, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I'll hand over to my other colleague who will deal with more questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Viewer Gweta speaking here. I am going to address a question that was asked by Honorable Powell around the targets on strategic partnerships that look as an overestimation. And thanks a lot for that question and the ventured propositions. So we admit to that overestimation for starters. But just to outline that the strategic partnerships as an area that must drive, that must enhance how the Human Settlement Development Bank or NHFC currently orchestrates partnerships that are productive in the market. Whilst we may have been seen as over-optimistic, I think that the reality of the matter is that we perhaps we surely underestimated the spade work that needs to be done in the work of orchestrating the market and building productive collaborations that go beyond just signing MOUs. And the focus in this period, and we are going to continue in that area, is this area of the National Infrastructure Program. And the sector in that context comes in with the integrated residential development programs as programs that allow collaboration between the public sector and the private sector. And you would observe that across sectors, and perhaps in our sector particularly, very few, relatively speaking, very few programs, which is about 18 of them, very few programs have been gazetted in the National Infrastructure Program against a pipeline, a decent pipeline that the sector has. And in working in that ecosystem,
can we have somebody who's speaking? Mute your mic. You're disturbing the presenter.
Thanks, Chair. And in working within that ecosystem that's made up of Infrastructure South Africa, Infrastructure Fund, our fellow entities, National Treasury, across the sector technical working groups, what we have observed is that there needs to be a step that's taken upstream to make sure that the long pipeline of programs need to be prepared and be ready for financial closure. And there are certain gaps that are there in the projects that are in the pipeline. And there's a lot of spade work that is being done by various parties to ensure that the projects cross the barrier and are ready to raise finance so that financiers can then put structures to finance those. And I think that we estimated the work that has to be done in that area. And we've also learned internally, whilst we know the value of orchestration that the Human Settlement Development Bank and NHFC has to play in that space, and we can't retreat in that because we're looking at the ecosystem to achieve the numbers that we have to achieve. It can't be about just our balance sheet. It has to be the collaboration that we achieve out there. But we've learned internally, and the next APP will have refined how our business processes work and where and how do you account for progress made in particular relationships, and how do you account when it translates to a rand value where the partnership has got a financial value in it. Thanks, Chair. I wanted to respond to that question. A question well taken. Thank you very much.
I think, Chairperson, unless we've missed a question, which we are quite happy to respond to, but those are the responses that we can give to the honorable members for now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. SHRA.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, maybe first I need to indicate that we received the comments that have been made by the committee in good spirit. And I think to a large extent, we are also encouraged by the suggestions that are being made that are going to help us to tackle some of the challenges that we are finding within the entities. Chair, when I mentioned the fact that this is a new council, I was not in any way trying to disown the performance outcome that the entity has found itself in. And yes, I want to echo the comments of my colleagues where you have, or some members of the committee have indicated that when you take on an entity, you inherit both the good and the bad. And Chair, indeed, we are, as this new council, not new anymore. As this current council, we are committed to changing things around and to actually turn the wheel. We have a council that has got the skills and expertise that are relevant to take this entity and this mandate forward, Chair, from a bigger perspective. We have a council that has a new way of thinking, innovative thinking, into making sure that things really move forward. Chair, indeed, I'm not going to respond to each and every question that was raised. I have the colleagues that I have with me who maybe are going to, well, definitely are going to respond to some of the direct questions, but I'd like to respond to a few questions which I feel at a strategic level. And I'd also like to ask the department where they can make an input to some of the issues that we have engaged them with them directly to also, give that comfort and to the entire committee. Chair, there was a question around especially me being the previous deputy chair of the previous council, interim council, in as far as how then would you let things such as irregular expenditure happen. Unfortunately, Chair, the reality of things is that some decisions that lead us to the position of irregular expenditure are actually of course, they are never planned, and they are usually out of council's radar until they get to that point where they are being named as so. But what is important for us, Chair, is that what measures then do we take to make sure that we correct those? And indeed, Uvu Sifakudze as the acting CSM will take the committee into confidence in terms of the actions that have been taken on that. Chair, we've noted the question around the student accommodation and having listened to the point that it can assist us in achieving some of the areas that we are falling short on. And indeed, Chair, I want to indicate that this is an ongoing research project within our entity. And in fact, it was presented at our last council meeting or special council meeting in September, where we have then asked the executives or management to go back to the drawing board to address some of the risk areas that we see and some of the gaps that we see, so that when we eventually, whether we make a decision to actually participate in that space, we have a fully informed concept that we can safely say we are comfortable and we are confident on. And in fact, Chair, we have in our engagements with other entities within the state, we are collaborating on some of these discussions so that we can find ourselves, we don't find ourselves having to repeat what other entities are doing, and actually learning from their own experiences within that space of student accommodation. Chair, if I can maybe just, I'd like to maybe apologize to the issue that was raised by Member Powell on the report and how the report was presented. I'm not too sure what would have happened there, that our own report was a copy or a scanned report, but we will follow up on that with the department. And indeed, we will send a proper report by close of business today. Coming to the issue of why then, with the underperformance that we have, why then would we pay performance bonuses? My colleague, the acting CSM, will probably respond to that, but suffice to say that the 2.7 million that was mentioned was an accounting provision that was made. And of that, only $1 million of that was paid to the executives. And this is in light of the fact that this was a consideration from the year of, I think, 1920, where the performance had increased from 67% to 71%. But my colleague will respond to that in maybe a structured way than I am doing. There was also an issue from one of the members around what are we going to do to meet our own targets? What measures have we got in place, to tackle the huge backlog of houses? Chair, I think as the acting CEO was presenting, he mentioned that we have a number of about 14,000 units in the pipeline. And we are currently busy establishing relations with relevant stakeholders or financiers to streamline our approval processes, such that when an SHI or an ODA has been given a grant, then we are able to assist the SHI through these engagements that we have with the financiers and the banks and some of the DFIs within government, to say that when someone has been given a grant, then the process must be so easy or the situation must be so compelling that that person is able to receive debt or equity funding, and those relations are actually taking place, Chair. There was a question around what was the issue with the previous CEO that caused a delay in us appointing a CEO. Chair, if I may go into the detail without actually giving much of unwanted detail. Chair, the term of the previous CEO came to an end. And when we then engaged with the CEO on that, the CEO challenged us on that as the council, and there was then a long or protracted legal matter which had to take its course. But Chair, suffice to say that at the end of the day, the entity won the legal matter, but we could not go on with the appointment of the CEO up until that matter was resolved. And unfortunately, it was really out of our hands in terms of making sure that the legal process took as quick as we would have liked it to on that, Chair. I hope I have answered that question sufficiently. There was a question around the old quantum versus the new quantum from member SHRA, as in why did we not inform the SHIs of the new quantum that we had? Ma'am, to try and answer your question, the moment that SHIs are aware that there is going to be an increase in the quantum, they normally would hold back on implementing or even forwarding their projects to us for consideration, because then the interest from them is that they would then want to implement those projects at the new quantum. So they were fully aware, in fact, that there was going to be a new quantum that was going to be released. So they held back on those projects for implementation. So it's not that they were not aware. I think I have covered most of what I need to cover. If anything, I will just come on after my colleagues have answered to some of the questions that were raised. Thank you, Chair. Acting CEO and CSM.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honourable Chairperson and honourable members, let me go back and try and respond to all of the questions that I have listed. Firstly, also just to echo the sentiments of the Chairperson, apologies for the resolution of the document. I have already made arrangements for that to be rectified, so it will happen before close of business today. The second issue raised was the fact that in terms of the Compliance Accreditation Regulations Unit, which is a focus of a regulator, we did not achieve 5 out of 8 targets. And what are we doing and how do we then, well, firstly, why would this be the case and what are we doing in terms of improvement? So I think the important part of this is really to specifically look at the targets themselves, where it is about the reporting institutions not meeting the benchmarks. And the work that we've been doing in the background is to develop intervention plans per institution based on the benchmarks not met, and to ensure that we track that and monitor and see what support we need to give in terms of improvement. So as I mentioned earlier, we have seen some improvement. We're now sitting at about 10% higher than we were sitting at the end of the financial year. And we are confident that in terms of improvement, that specific target will be reached by the end of the financial year. But linked to that, it's also about the fully accredited institutions, where we can't continue having 8 fully accredited and 82 conditionally accredited. And 28 of those conditionally accredited institutions have projects under management, which means they can potentially be fully accredited. And it's the work that we do to make sure that those reach full accreditation firstly, but secondly, it's also the work that we do on the projects of these institutions, where some of them and the remaining ones that don't have projects under management need to be supported to get their projects completed and tenanted. And again, it's about the detail of looking at each and every institution, seeing what the challenges are and making sure that we address those in a way where we reach the target and we grow the sector. I'll ask the Acting Corporate Services Manager to clarify on the issue of the under expenditure of 143 million that was mentioned. I'm not sure where the number comes from, because my information is that we have spent the money. The only area that we haven't spent all of the budget was on the institutional investment grant, the support grant, where there was 11 million that we did not spend in the financial year. But Mr. Fakutse will speak to that, and also to the irregular expenditure and what is it that we're doing about this. The Chairperson already spoke to performance bonuses, but the Acting Corporate Services Manager might want to also elaborate on that. I think what's important going forward is that the targets is the things that need to be what the executives are measured against. And that for the new council, I can confirm is extremely important and have been checked and verified in terms of scorecards. On the rent relief program, we can make a lot of excuses, but it's not going to change the facts. And the facts is, as the honorable member pointed out, there's a lot of suffering and a lot of people out there that need the relief. We sit in a difficult position where we started the implementation in July 2021 after the policy approvals. And the period that we, in terms of the policy approvals, were allowed to give rent relief for was for the period between March and September 2020. And the requirements for people to qualify for rent relief was confirmation of job loss, would, for instance, be confirmation from the employer or bank statements to prove loss of income. And also that the tenants needed to be in good state prior to March 2020 when the pandemic hit. Now, it became clear that those requirements and the time that lapsed between September 2020 and July 2021 was problematic, because people did not necessarily have all of this information. And it made the implementation difficult. And we then did ask for policy amendments to accommodate that and to ensure that we could roll out the program more effectively, which was then approved in February 2021. Unfortunately, there was not enough time for us to go back and ensure that all of the applicants that we had engaged with could then, in terms of the new policy, qualify and get the rent relief before March. But ultimately, we have applied for the retention, and we want to still be able to implement the program accordingly. In terms of the projects approved and the measures that we're taking to ensure that we get to a point where we deliver the units, I think what is important is that we have to look at the projects that are under construction, as I said earlier on, and the projects that have already been approved where construction has not commenced, and implement remedial action and intervention plans per project to ensure that we ultimately get to a point where we can reach the targets, because we do have sufficient numbers in terms of those projects to make quite a substantial dent in the targets, and in fact even go beyond that. One of the honourable members talked about value for money and improving people's lives as important for the reason that we all hear. And I do want to say that I do take the comments made seriously in the sense that I believe that the social housing program is value for money, and it does achieve the improvement of people's lives. But we need to do much more than what we currently are doing when it comes to implementation. The numbers are not big enough. They don't ultimately make the difference that they do. If you, for instance, look at the monitoring report done by the presidency quite a while back, 2017, I know it's long ago, but I just want to illustrate the point where it was about the funding that the SHRA spent between 2011 and 2016, and the total funding spent in terms of physical land and structures turned out to be approximately the size of Yeovil in terms of a national program, which does, I think, tell the story about we need more of this. The chairperson already answered the question on the quantum, the fact that it is only applicable from the current financial year, but it has been properly communicated to everyone. So the sector is aware of what the quantum and the income bands currently is. A member also asked about the big gap in terms of the unit delivery, and at which time then do you revise the strategy? And I think that point is taken because when you see that you don't meet the target, what do you do about it? I think the council currently is taking this matter very seriously, and it's about the 3,500 unit target that we need to reach, and not necessarily lower the target. But again, it's then about, so what are we doing to reach the target in terms of those projects and those units that I referred to earlier on, from a construction and a planning, moving towards construction, moving towards completion, moving towards tenanting point of view. There was also a comment made about our inability to help people that don't qualify, and that those should not be ignored. And I think we are working quite closely with the National Department on the affordable rental housing policy, and that we don't handle social housing in isolation, but that we see how social housing and the income that we provide for between 1,850 Rand per month and 22,000 Rand per month, how that links to people that earn below that, and what do we do with those, and what is it that our relationships need to be with municipalities and provinces to ensure that there are shelter for these people as well in some way, in terms of programs and projects, not necessarily only from a social housing point of view, but from human settlement in its entirety. Then there was the comments made about our transformation and whether we do have a strategy and what is our plans. So in that context, the council approved an inclusive growth policy in January of this year, where it specifically looks at the designated groups and how do we ensure that we prioritize the designated groups throughout all the programs in the SHRA, firstly, and secondly, how do we then work with others in terms of land and funding to also prioritize those designated groups. And we do have an implementation protocol signed with the Housing Development Agency, specifically to acquire and hold land for the SHRA, because the SHRA is not allowed in terms of the Act to acquire land. So we've done the implementation protocol. We have started to work with the HDA on this, and we will be able to report on progress that we are making from making land available for social housing in that context. But in addition to that, it also goes towards what are we doing with municipalities, where municipal land is available, but not necessarily identified for social housing. And we do have 12 municipalities in a municipal support program where we're assisting those municipalities to create partnerships with delivery agents and to ensure that they comply with the MFMA firstly, but secondly, that ultimately there can be land release to these new entrants for the development of social housing, and that the cost of land is not the thing that makes the social housing projects not viable. There was also a question about our demographics and what does our provincial spread look like, and we will do work on that. I think just as an overall thought in terms of that, we as the social housing sector haven't done bad in Gauteng and in Western Cape and in KZN to some extent, although there's been a decline in KZN, but we've done a lot of planning together with the KZN province to increase delivery in that province again, in terms of the additional towns and cities that have been declared restructuring zones. Northern Cape, Mpumalanga and Northwest, we're currently working with, but in Mpumalanga Northwest, there's a lot of room for improvement as well. Eastern Cape historically used to be good in terms of the delivery of social housing, but also just good in the sense of Buffalo City and Nelson Mandela Bay. And there's more work to be done when it comes to the Eastern Cape province in that context. And then my view is that the most work that we still have to do would be in the Free State and the Limpopo province, where it's not just about the SHRA itself, but it's also about the restructuring zones within those provinces and ensuring that we do have restructuring zones in the municipalities and the towns where there's a demand for social housing, which is work that we are doing with the National Department in the current financial year, and that will be concluded for that to be addressed. Then lastly, just on the transformation, I've already spoken about the HDA protocol and the municipal support. But again, it goes towards other entities like, for instance, Transnet as well, where there is work that we are doing together with the National Department in terms of land release for social housing. And then finally, I'd just like to also note the comments about student accommodation and the government employee scheme and how we need to also do work on that. If I can then ask Mr. Fakutse just to speak to the under expenditure of the 143 million that was mentioned, and also to address the irregular expenditure. Thank you.
Thank you, Acting CEO. The 143 million, and I must state that I don't recall us describing any of the figures in the financial statements or the annual report as under expenditure. But where I do see a 143 million, the description is actually an operating surplus, unless it was interpreted as under expenditure, because it's the difference between revenue and expenditure. But from an accounting point of view, it's correctly described as operating surplus as opposed to under expenditure. I will support the explanation given by the chairperson of the SHRA Council regarding the provision for bonuses. The method of calculation was based on the total complement as only a provision in the preparation of the financial statements. The executives only actually earned approximately 700,000 of that. On the regular expenditure, my comments are just to give a high level context of what caused the irregularity, besides the fact that it was not in compliance with the Social Housing Act in terms of the appointment of the interim counsel. The legal opinion that we obtained and received at the end of the financial audit that we were preparing for in 2021, because this council was in place from the 28th of October 2019. But the legal opinion highlighted that, notwithstanding the fact that it was not in compliance with the Social Housing Act, the further non-compliance was exacerbated by the period of having an interim counsel. So as management, we had to go back and recalculate and pull out all relevant resolutions that would have been taken over the period. That's why when you look at the financial statements, it may look like we actually spent the money all in 1 year, but that's not the case. It's actually been spent over different financial years. The mitigation to this is that now that we've done this exercise in line with the National Treasury irregular expenditure frameworks in terms of determination and assessment of any criminality or financial loss, the council now has to perform the ratification of those resolutions as if they were taken by themselves. And this is guided by the legal opinion that we have since obtained. And we hope that that will be done within this financial year, so that going forward, this kind of disclosure on irregular expenditure will not recur. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Anything?
Yes, thank you, Chair. That is almost all from our side. But Chair, I do want to also maybe just indicate that as the council, we realize the issue around performance and actually performance review within the entity. And what we are doing or what we have done is that we are paying careful attention to ensure that the indicators in the APP are actually the ones in the scorecards. And so at the moment, we are doing that alignment to make sure that as council, we're taking that matter very seriously, so that we do not find ourselves where we have a performance of 70% and then or a performance that has dropped and we still spend money on performance bonuses. So we are currently considering that quite closely, Chair. And that will be all from our side, Chair. We are hoping that we have responded to all the questions that have been raised, and also to say that we do appreciate the comments that have been made. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I just want to check whether there is any follow-up from members. None. You know, Chair of SHRA, I'm happy with your last statement, because I was going to make a follow-up question that my understanding of the performance management system is that a person gets a bonus if he has performed an extraordinary task beyond his own task that is earning the salary every month. So I'm happy to hear your last statement, which it's important that you can't have 70% and then people get bonus for what? For what they are supposed to do. I think it's something that would have, I'm happy that you have closed that matter on that note, and you look at the indicators and the contract, how you contract your employees around this, the indicators, and then you can then assess the performance better. Do we have anything from the department before we close on these entities?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, chairpersons of our entities and colleagues. I'm not going to repeat anything that our entities have indicated. I just want to elevate one area, Chairperson, which concerns all of us as a sector. In particular, now starting with the department and the entities, is the area that is being raised by the AG on the quality of our financial statements, and also in terms of compliance with the standard procedure. This also includes the department that we are being found wanting in terms of our finances. And as of yesterday morning, we are working on a plan with the National School of Governance in order for them to assist us in this area, so that we need to improve. That's just the point that I want to emphasize, so that going forward, we should see improvement in this area for both the department and its entities. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Acting DG. With that note, I want to take this opportunity to thank both the chairpersons of the entities and the CEOs and the department for having attended this meeting and responded to the questions as raised by members. And we hope that what you are committing on would then be implemented. And as we will be engaging with the department, Acting DG, you don't have to be reminded. Please bring, as you come to the to respond on the issues, direct your CEOs, particularly on the findings of the HOD, of the AGs, so that as we have these quarterly reports, they come and as you present on their behalf, but they will be able to answer questions if members would ask questions on the implementation of the finding of Auditor General. I hope it's clear. I don't have to remind you in the meeting that we are going to have off quarters, whether do we have CEOs online, or if it's physical, we'll need them to account for these findings. We have to push all of us towards the clean audit, and we recognize that there is that capacity to reach to that level. And thank you very much for attending. The meeting stands adjourned.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson. Goodbye.